All right, all right. I know I am late by 4 minutes, but that's okay. I'm here now. I'm here. All right, so how's everyone doing tonight? Because I hope you guys are doing well and staying warm. I don't mind the cold, to be honest. I do not mind the cold. I love it, to be honest. Get me out of that heat. I'll be all right. I do not like the summer. I love the fall. I like the winter. And I like a little bit of the spring. Just a little bit. All right. Man, I am a little bit behind on things, but that's just fine. It's all right. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, right, guys? All right. Let me put out the announcement that I'm live now. Yes, I want that. How's everyone doing? Oh, hey. How you doing, man? Hey, how you doing, Fox? Nice to see you guys. It's good to see you guys. Come on. Sorry it wasn't timely today, y'all. I try not to make that a habit. But hey, at least I'm here. I'm here. So that counts for something, right? Oh my gosh. I'm now live. I'm now live. Here's the link. Okay. Posting that. Alright. Just gonna make this one. I just want this stream to be good, y'all. Not trying to do anything complex. Just gonna have fun. Uh Working out right now. Hey man, that's good. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, bro. 5 minutes isn't so bad. How's your day? I'm snowed in. You're a little bit lucky. You're a little bit lucky. You probably don't think so right now, but you're a little bit lucky, dude. Last time I saw snow was a year ago, and you're probably thinking like, "Oh, DRHINO, that's nothing." No, 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 no. I just saw a bit of snow. It wasn't the snow that I'm used to. I do not live where I used to live, and I'm a northerner. I was born and raised in Ohio. I was born and raised in Ohio, so by the Great Lakes, ice, snow, dude. I missed it. I miss it, man. Last year, where I live at now, it was welcome. It was a welcome surprise, but it wasn't as much at all. And they were closing schools left and right because where I live, they don't deal with snow. It's humid. I wouldn't say hot. It's just warm down here. It's warm, but my gosh, though, it was a nice change of pace. It made me miss Ohio. It really did. Something cool. Oh yeah, cold as heck. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, I bet it is. I mean, I haven't been out for a while, but yeah, I definitely I that's and I will say this though. We it has been cold. It has been getting cold, but I still miss the snow a bit. I remember that snow first time for me since you're close to me and home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just how the South is like, man. Trust me, I know what you mean. It's been a long time since I've seen snow. I'm from Maryland. And it's okay. All right. Hey, shout out to Maryland. All right. I figured we just go over some art today, and not just my art, but other people's art, and also watch some stuff. Uh, we just we're just being, we're just gonna be doing whatever. No, but first, I wanted to start off with this. I wanted to start off with this. I mean, look, this isn't too bad, and I I've been known about this. I've been known about this artist for a good while. I mean, he's a classic. Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? But this is, oh man, perfect, perfect. So we're just gonna go over stuff like this. I gotta be careful with those comments though. Those comments, you just never know who's gonna be posting what in those comments. So, and I gotta be very careful too because you guys know how I'm like. It ain't no surprise. But honestly, I just wanted to shout these artists too. I mean, they don't need my help or anything. I just wanted to just show some love, show some support. Again, I'm not really paid by them or anyone just to put it out there because you know how the internet is, man. Everyone's saying, "Oh, you I don't know." They're always coming for something. I'll be honest. This is beautiful. I saw this a couple days ago. This is just so beautiful. Oh my gosh, I would love to commission this guy. This guy, oh, look at that, dude. That is so beautiful. I love everything about the face. The lips are perfect. It's just the face. This is the best shot right here. The face. I mean, everything else is cool. I like it, but this the money. This is where the money's at right here. That face, beautiful, very beautiful. Good perspective from Princess Leia. Yeah, yeah. The people who aren't watching and they're just listening, they're like, "What?" Yeah, you guys better watch the stream because I'm just gonna be showing art left and right, and it's on. I'm not saying it's just for men, but there's some women out there who are women of culture. Let's just say that. Also, YouTube might do its thing too, where trying to throttle me. Let's just say just because I show things that they don't really agree with. I might say a little couple things here too. Nothing crazy, but we know how these social media platforms are. They're just gotta be. Let's just say they have to treat us like we're kids, but they're the ones that are just doing the most random stuff that no one asked for, and it's just a sign of times that we're living in, man. But we take what we got, I guess. Now this guy, I've been into his stuff a little bit. Let's see. I could ask for a collaboration at least for a price, or I could. I'm not rushing things right now. You, I'm not sure if I. No, I have. I did tell you guys that I'm currently I'm in development of my own stuff, especially with 4 books. I plan to release 2 books this year, which is a prequel spinoff to my first book, Gods and Goddesses, Children of Ran Rokir, which focuses on the main villain. And I'm giving him 2 books because I decided to split the book in two. And the reason why I did is because if you ever read the first book, you will understand why I'm doing it. I think it'd be more easier just for like, hey, this is before he goes the villain route, and then okay, during the time of his villainy. I think that's good. And it's a little bit experimental, to be honest. I'm not saying it's a bad story or anything, but I'm not trying to make it divisive. Like, that's not my intention at all. I know that there's gonna be people who are gonna think, oh, I like it and I don't, or I don't like it. It's just the normal stuff. It's the normal things. So it's not my intention to be divisive or anything. It's just I have this idea and I'm going with it. And I would definitely greatly appreciate if you guys check it out one time. And I got 3 artworks of it, official artworks done already. So hopefully it doesn't take too long and I mean for the second, I'm sorry, for the first half, his first book. I mean, Hopefully it doesn't take too long. I don't want it to be long. I want to keep on track. I want to keep on pace with you guys. I'm going my own pace with it. I just there's no way I can do. I'm not like Stephen King, dude. I'm not Stephen King. I'm not like, but I'm definitely not like George R. R. Martin. I won't be taking 12. How many years has it been since his book was supposed to come out, or that he started writing it? I mean, like what, 12, 13 years? Hell no. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. It's just no, just throw in the towel. You might as well just release it how it is, as it is, and then just so like, yeah, this was the idea I was going for. I think honestly, I think that a lot of people would buy it like that. At least see the concept of it. Like, yeah, okay. I think that'd be pretty cool. Honestly, I probably would do something like that. Not like I don't mean like, oh, I just mean like, okay, look, and this is what I'm actually probably gonna do, because I remember seeing this when I was a kid for this one book. I can't remember what the book was called because this is back when I was in elementary. But I really appreciated that the author, he included the final draft. I mean, obviously it's gonna be the final draft, and also the rough draft. And the rough draft is towards the end, where it's like you see the differences and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I like that. I actually like that. So I'm thinking of doing that for one of the future books to come for next year, and I think that would be very appreciated. Of course, I would have artwork as well, and I think I found another main artist for the books, um, for my books. She's as good as Carmen, and if you guys remember Carmen, hang on, let me bring this up. You guys will definitely remember Carmen if I do this. All right, here we go. Come on. All right, here. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting sidetracked. I've said yeah. I know you said worse. I know. And Devante, hello, man. How you doing, bro? It's good to see you. Sorry if you guys hear anything in the background. That's the fan. Again, it gets warm. I'm just that's just how I am, and plus I'm a little bit hairy, but that's okay. uh, this right here. This is Carmen's work. You guys remember Carmen? Now I can't go on Carmen's profile though, because he's a man of culture like me. So I mean, stuff like this, Carmen's work. So she's as good as Carmen. Honestly, I wouldn't say as good. They're equal. They're on equal grounds. So I I'm just very grateful to have her be part of this project or projects. I want her to be part of it long term. Honestly, I do. Uh, just hang on. I'm sorry, y'all. I might as well pull this up. I think I showed you guys. Yeah, I did. I'm just so laggy right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. All right. Let's go to my profile. YouTube profile, I mean. Oh, channel. Whatever. Same thing. All right. Here we go. All righty. This right here. The art looks awesome. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. This. I got 12 likes on this. The one guy commenting, but yeah, it looks as good as Carmen's. To be honest, she's good. I don't want to reveal her yet. Maybe I've already have. I can't remember. But so far, we are on 3 official artworks. The 4th one is in talks right now. But man, I just some good stuff. And this is the main character. I know this is the back view of him, but see, I love, and there's one thing I liked about this artwork. I mean, there's a lot of things I liked about this artwork, and I can't show you in full because I'm teasing it. But I really do appreciate how she paid attention to the details, like the snow being on his horns. I thought that was cool. I never thought of that until she did that. Yeah, I failed to mention too that I'm still sick a little bit. It's just the cough. The cough that is killing me. Yeah, it is. Yes, thank you. But she's I would say, can't wait to show you guys. I can't wait to bring it out to the public. It's just gonna be cool. But we could look through the posts. I'm kind of really surprised that. Oh, I also have this little poll going on too. I forgot to put the expiration on it, but I just got real curious and I wanted to see like which version of Zensuke you liked, and I'm decently surprised. I knew that people were gonna go for the rework version because the rework version is really darn good. Neff, Neff does. I work with good people. I'm glad I work with good people. I'm very blessed to work with good people, talented people, and if I had a third option that said both, I'm pretty sure there would be a lot of people voting for that. Excuse me, y'all. Uh, I gotta get better. That's all I gotta say. I gotta get better for this. I gotta get used to talking a lot too. This cough gotta go. Where was I at? Oh yeah. So if I added a third option of both, I definitely know people would just say, yeah, both. Both is good. And I just wanted to force you guys like, hey, look, which one's better, original or reworked? But I really appreciate that people, this 34% have voted for original, and it's 29 votes, and this is the most votes I got for a poll, I believe. Uh, you guys are crushing it, but maybe someday, I will have two versions of her. But I get this one comment. I'm gonna do a shout out because he's been cool. He's been cool. But oh dang, this is the wrong one. Sorry, y'all. Here we go. And I know people are like, "Whoa, we got filter out the normies." I was this is what kind of brought it on, because I posted this a day or two ago, and because I just showed people like, hey, got old Zanzikiel art, basically paying homage to just her humble beginnings, showing off artists like Clue Wolf, and I went in order. So this is where it all began. Clue Wolf made this. This is just overall classic. So just classic. Carmen, Tanataka, and of course Nefarious Watcher. This is the best. I swear, this image right here has garnered me, like, has bolstered my channel. I won't lie. She has bolstered my channel, dude. Thanks to Neff, just making this absolute awesome illustration of her. And I got this comment. I just wanted to shout out this individual, Cat the Artist. It just made me think. He's like, I wonder if the old version of her is just the younger version. Would that mean the nuns of her church ironically get more clothed as they rise in rank? I just said, I was like, I like your way of thinking. So I'm kind of considering that a little bit. Just a little bit. But I like that. That's pretty much a good idea. Man, oof. That cough is really taking some energy out of me. And then I swear, every time I put her on here, y'all, I'm trying not to milk her. Oh wait, that's not bad. Wait, hold on, I didn't mean like that. I meant like, I'm not trying to like overuse her, but it's undeniable that she's a staple of the channel. So I've just uploaded like 3 images to, like, I did with like part 1. So I just wanted to do like little things because I love Zanzikia. I loved her even before she was even like officially made. I just loved writing her, and this is by I can't pronounce it. I'm from Mort. Then of course I can't show the full image. Obviously, I won't even upload the full image on here for reasons. And then had another one, and just like, you guys could check it out for yourselves. But I mean, this is just, I'm so glad. Yeah, the cat and her Mancour, or Mancour. I can't pronounce it, French. Everything. Again, just, you guys really love her, especially with this post of her being unhinged. I won't lie. I love I love this expression. It's just, I don't know. I think I remember. I don't know. I think I remember telling Neff, just like, hey, you know, give her like a daring, a daring type of expression. And this is with the script I gave him, because I detailed it out as much as I could, and it's like, yeah, I wanted like a daring expression while she's like, leaning over, her bosom is pressed up against the table and everything, and it's like basically like, say no more, we got this. This is one. I mean, I won't lie, it's one of my favorite shots right here. Just, she knows. She knows, but she, what's that meme, like, how I look when I say I don't know, but I really be knowing. It's like that. This was a good one. Another good one. I mean, they're all good. This is probably the most badass one, though. I might do another one where she's posing with a sword. I mean, I've done that before. I just gotta find it, but I want to do like a variation where it's like true DRHINO fashion. If you know, you know. Again, you guys are voting too about this. Like, I even said, you guys voted for more audios involving Gehenna and Sakia. All right, I'll get to it soon. I mean, I have in a way, but I've honestly, honestly, I haven't gotten to them yet. I haven't started writing them because I've been plotting out more things for continue pertaining to this stuff, Zen's Cathedral or overall Nicefall. I can't really call it Eldritch anymore. Nicefall Eldritch because it's getting so I'm rebranding it, renaming it. But you know, the one that you guys really kind of surprised me with too, Anarif Saren Damascus from Nocturnal Blood Rain from my from my comic dub. You guys really like her too. I'd never seen any numbers with like reach this high other than Zen, so I'm like, oh, she's up there with Zen. She's up there with Zen. 29 likes. I was like, dude, she is definitely up there. I'm just blown away to be honest. So, and I see why you guys like it. I mean, this is thanks to Carmen. Carmen's also again, Carmen's just great, dude. All right, I'm gonna stop with that. I'm gonna stop with that. I'm gonna take us back over to X because I actually say some things that were interesting. And I'm trying my best to stay on task with stuff, but obviously freaking cold, whatever it is, whatever I got is just not leaving me alone. So I know I talked about in description about Jim Lee, and if you don't know who Jim Lee is, which I highly doubt, but just for those who don't know, Jim Lee is basically the DC Comics president, and he was talking about manga triumphing over comics and why comics is just not really doing well. And I just couldn't help but think about I just he how can I say this? I think he somewhat gets it, but at the same time he's clueless. I don't actually, I am gonna be disrespectful because honestly, the way how DC you guys see how DC Comics is being run right now. Honestly, we're seeing horrendous and abominable product from again DC Comics, and it, I'm not. I'm just saying he's the president of DC Comics, and this is this is all this is going on under his direction. He's clueless. He truly is. I think he's a good artist, but he's not a good leader. And I'm not saying, oh, I could do better than him, but it's just there's how can we keep talking about how can we keep making stories about the same three characters, the Trinity, which is Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Which I don't mind the Absolute Verse. The Absolute Verse looks pretty cool to me, especially Batman's um, Batman's run so far. From what I've seen, I love the designs. Designs look pretty freaking cool. Very metal. Look very metal. And honestly, if they actually just bring that touch of masculinity back, as in with the artwork and not this soy stuff that we've been seeing with Harley Quinn and whoever else, I think I think they will actually be able to reverse some of the damages 5 years in advance. Anyway, I think so. I could be totally wrong. I'm not a professional. I'm not a pro at this, but this is what I would think because we have got to get they have got to get rid of that soy coloring where it's so bright and absolutely just horrendous artwork where things are just not lining up, where characters do not look like what they're supposed to be like, and of course the god awful storytelling. Got to get rid of that as well. And I'm not saying the absolute runs right now are the best, but they by far have my interest. And I haven't been interested in DC Comics for a very, Very long time. Jim Lee is a great artist, but he allowed a lot of boneheaded decisions to. I wouldn't say boneheaded, dude. Just outright disrespectful decisions to be made. Case in point, actually, you know what? I don't want to because I don't want to talk about that example. I'm still disgusted by it. I'm disgusted by 2 comics by DC right by now, and they are disgusting, and I don't even want to think about them. I wish I. Ugh. He essentially a figurehead, and then yeah, he is. He is essentially he is, and and I made a comment about like, oh my gosh, this reminds me of someone at work, and it does. It reminds me where they're so clueless that it's scary. And it's just like how did you just how, dude? Look, I understand we all have our beginnings, our origins, and all, but there's no way this is just flying. Like it's just no way, dude. It's surreal. But anyway, so DC Comics president Jim Lee on the strengths of manga over comics. I think manga has an advantage over American comics. No, that's not a think. That is, yes, they do have an advantage over American comics, which are mostly about superheroes. And hell, even My Hero Academia has an advantage over American over American comics. I'm just saying. In Japan, it's closer to literature and anyone can read it, and it's not just hero stories. That's right. That's correct. Because it's not linear. The stories that they tell is not linear. That's the problem right there. I'm not saying you have to be like this. You don't have to be like, oh, we have to be, all this avenues and try to do this multiverse. We're done with multiverses. Stop doing multiverses. I know multiverse has been a staple, back in 19 whatever, but we need at least have a shared verse where it's just in one universe and just go about that. I think that if you can be nonlinear on that front, I think honestly that could reverse so many bad decisions. But then again, the artwork and the story has to be good. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be godlike. It just has to be good. And let's not focus on the 3 main characters. Let's have these other characters breathe. Let's not do the James, let's not focus on characters that James Gunn wants to focus on. God no. I'm tired of that. But let's work on characters that are actually that actually had a decent run back in the day and should have a second chance. Not putting in the propaganda, not putting in the modernism. Let's just focus on a good story. And therefore, you can have your cash cow other than just relying on Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. It's getting tiring. I'm tired of seeing a lot of Batman. And I like Batman. Hell, I like Superman. But my favorite Superman movie, I'll be honest, my favorite Superman movie is Man of Steel. I don't know why I like that, but I love it. I think, I love the music and everything. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. We have got to have more variation. You guys have all these characters, and the main 3 characters I'm seeing is the Trinity. Why, dude? Oh, I already read that. He allowed these writers and artists who down talk fans. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. Down talk fans, send the death threats, self insert, and you know what's messed up too. The people who support that crazy stuff, they went against him when when he was mourning his dog, and he was like, I think that should have been a wake up call for him. To be honest, I think that really should have been a wake up call. When that happened, I was even outraged. Like, dude, he lost his dog, and yet you guys are going crazy about something. I can't remember what it was because it's so irrelevant. but losing your minds because of this, and he's trying to mourn his dog in peace, and you guys can't let that happen. That should have been a wake-up call for Jim Lee, to be honest. That should have been. Demon Slayer beat the recent Superman movie with a budget of $20 million. Yeah, because nobody wanted James Gunn's Superman. I didn't want James Gunn's Superman. Hell, even James Gunn himself said in an interview, I don't really care about Superman. Or he doesn't want to make a story about Superman. So why would I put my faith? Why would I want to go watch a Superman movie where the director or what is James Gunn in DC right now? What was he, like the head of DC now or something like that? What is he? Either way, why would I want to watch a movie where the guy himself said he is not interested in making a Superman film? Why? That doesn't give me. That's like me saying, oh, I don't want to write about Zenzakia, and then I go ahead and write about Zenzakia. Would that give you much confidence into reading my stuff? No, it wouldn't. I mean, it's stuff like that. It's just so dumb. But yeah, we're gonna get rid of Zack Snyder though. When Man of Steel, basically, I'm pretty sure Man of Steel outperformed James Gunn's Superman movie. I'm pretty sure it did. I wouldn't say multiverse is the problem. Really, it's the fact that the comics have no consequence or development. Yeah, you're right about that. I totally forgot. The stake, there's really no stakes because it's all lame and gay. That's all it is now. From what I've seen. Devontae says, true. Fox continues on with, and you heard the news about James Gunn's Batman? No, I haven't, because I don't want to hear anything about James Gunn. James Gunn is... I'm trying to be nice. James Gunn is the poison. James Gunn is poison. I'm gonna say that. James Gunn is poison, right, for DC. I'd rather deal with Jim Lee than with James Gunn, because James Gunn is just, from what I've seen of the guy, and is that he's very self-centered. He's a typical Hollywood elite, from what I've seen, and he's not really grateful about having a comeback that he did after he got canceled. But I live and learn, I guess. How they hired the Birds of Prey and the Flash 23 writer. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. See, I try to disassociate myself from all that. I try to dissociate myself from everything, dude. From all that. I heard about that. I'm not answering this. I'm not answering no call. Anyway, sorry. It's just, oh, dude. No. Why? Birds of Prey is horrible, and this is the same writer, right? Yeah, the same writer for Birds of Prey, The Flash, and I mean, obviously, duh. But what's the name? Batgirl. The Batgirl show that got canceled. That got canned real quick and was never shown. But yet we're gonna do. See, this is stuff I'm talking about. Warner Brothers just deserves to bleed more money. And I knew that stuff was going to keep on happening, even when David Zaslav came into play. Everyone's talking, oh, there's a bloodbath going on. I'm like, yeah, whatever. The same stuff is going to be repeated. I'm willing to bet it. And lo and behold, it still is. And this is the reason why they're bleeding more money. Honestly, yeah, I'm just enjoying the downfall more and more. See, Flaming Claw says, personally, when it comes to the state of current movies, especially on heroes, is that they aren't experimenting too much with what you can do with such characters. The first Joker movie did well, but guess what? When the second Joker film came out, they didn't even do test audiences, I think, and they greenlit it and just went ahead with it without even doing even personally reviewing it. Why? It's funny how, and everyone said this too, like, and it was agreement, like, it doesn't need a sequel, but if it were to get a sequel, it better be better or as good as the first, which did none of that. And I'm just not, dude. I'm just, oh, you want to make Superman movie, make it horrifying like Brightburn. No, I don't want evil Superman. I'm tired of evil Superman. I'm tired of evil Superman. We're done. We're done. We're done with evil Superman. We done that with Injustice since, and how long ago was Injustice? 2013, somewhere around that time. We done so many evil Superman stuff. I'm done with it. I want actual, like, Henry Cavill Superman. Truth, justice, and American way. I want that. I don't mind. I'm not asking for the Boy Scout, but I'm asking for at least a mature Superman, not like R-rated, but like a Superman who understands his strengths, what he can do. Just, I want that, like the guy, that Superman who's just so experienced, like he understands what to do and how to do it and everything. I want the hope back. Well said, DRHINO. James is a Hollywood. Look, I'm not really articulate, but I do my best. Yeah, I never watched them. I've seen reaction videos of them. True. I don't mean user brand. I mean like the personification of it. Something that changes the formula where it's not been seen or copied. I mean, they again. I'm tired of the Trinity, to be honest. I really am. They're just, that's all they focus on. And Wonder Woman only has, in recent times, only has two movies of her own, and the second movie sucked. And I actually was looking forward to that because they brought in Cheetah, but Cheetah looked horrible too. So I mean, Superman's a man who goes on epic sci-fi adventures, not just a golden boy. Yeah, 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 exactly. So, and coming back to Jim Lee, this is also him being so late on just finally asking this question, and it's just like, how long have you been president for? How long has this guy been president for of DC Comics? It's been a good while, right? And he's just now asking this question. There's no way in hell. And, there's just, I'm getting frustrated because I'm looking at this as someone who don't have the resources like that, and I don't have the time like that. And I'm not saying he has the time to. He might be very busy, and responsibilities varies with positions. I understand, but even then, I find time to look at manga that's on my shelf, or the stuff that's I'm seeing on the internet, and I'm just like, what are they doing? Okay, how do you do this? Okay, how do you look at how do you do this panel? And I literally look into these panels and I study these panels and just see how there's I'll say, for example, Monster Musume. Monster Musume is one of my favorite mangas. It is. Yeah, it may be a little edgy here and there. Okay, fine. But there's some panels that are actually pretty good looking, where it's just like, okay, that's a really cool panel. I like how it flows. I see the transfer of action here. This is great. It's not stagnant. This actually keeps me interested because the way how the paneling is, and people don't think the paneling doesn't mean anything. You lost. You're lost. I don't care. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. You're lost. If you think paneling doesn't matter, you're out of your freaking mind. Paneling does matter. Now, I don't put too much emphasis on the paneling because you have to balance the other factors. But when done right, when paneling is done right, and you actually want to bring attention to things, for example, when I was showing you guys Zanzikia's original design, and I was saying that, hey, this is the money shot that Neff made with this panel. That's a big panel. The reveal up to it, it's it flows. You go from one page where it's in different sections, and then you got the other page is one big full panel of just her, and you see that beauty. This, it's different. This question, there's so many questions I ask myself. Now, I'm not saying like I'm trying to be like this intellectual, like, oh, like, just no way. But even for a guy who's small time, it's just really off-putting, offsetting, where it's just like this guy is just now asking this question. That's what it seemed like to me. Maybe he asked this question, I don't know, a year ago, maybe, or maybe months ago. But now people are just now favoring, just coming along, or he had like a different interview, and you know, it's just no, dude. How? Maybe 15 years? You mean he's been DC Comics president for that long? Holy cow. I think he started back in 2011 when the New 52 happened. Oh, yeah. That would make a lot of sense then. I didn't... Look, I'll be honest. I wasn't into New 52 like that, and I didn't really bother to get New 52, but I kind of thought it was okay. But then again, this was a very different DRHINO back then. This was a very different DRHINO back then. So take it, I don't remember too much about it other than like, see, I don't remember too much about it. It wasn't memorable, in my opinion. Now, maybe some people like Trey McKell, he was into. I'm not saying he was a big fan of New 52. Maybe he wasn't, but Trey McKell, he's a big DC Comics guy, and shout out to Trey McKell. But he's and stuff. As an artist, I try to reference some of these comics so I can see how it's done. Yeah, that's how you should do it. Okay, who is? Oh, freaking phone. Anyway, some of DC that who? Oh, DCAM. Okay, movies were based off of New 52, and some of us enjoyed it. Look, you have your pros and cons. I'm gonna say that, but just I'm going from that to the whole Jim Lee stuff, and oh my gosh, I'm gonna try and put this. It's just there's so much going on. I didn't want to focus on too much about Jim Lee, but I found this stuff on. I'm going crazy with like the whole timeline thing. I know this is just how I'm like, guys. If you guys been watching me for a long time, this is just how I am. This is how I process stuff. I just wanted to show something. So I saved this right here where it says John O'Donnell, founder of Central Park Media, April 11, 1990. Listen to this. Hang on, it's all the way up. Okay. Full screen.
One of your original questions was, what made me think about anime? When I saw how much stuff like this there was in Japan, I thought to myself, that works for me. And I can't be the only male in America for which that works.
Now, I was going to show this, show like the whole interview of this probably. I might do that. But this ties back in with the whole Jim Lee stuff. Knowing your audience. I'm not saying, there has to be sexy female characters. I mean, that's a bonus. That's a nice bonus. But again, we can all agree that DC Comics doesn't know their audience. Now, Absolute Batman, that looks like something for me. I won't lie. I love the design. It's just so metal. I love it. And honestly, I might take a little bit of inspiration for my Nightfall and stuff, because holy cow, I mean, who seen Batman as like this giant hulking dude and just being relentless, and then seeing like this Joker design that's like demonic. Dude, that I was like, yeah, I'm for it. I haven't read it. I'll be honest, I haven't read it, but I love the designs. I'm like, that's masculinity, and that's a masculine comic right there. I can tell. They don't have that bright coloring. It doesn't have that activism in there. This looks like a good Gotham story. But it's crazy how that's the only time I actually cared about DC in a good while, or than I mean for the comic wise than movies. Let's see. Oh, going back to the comments. I'm about to say comics, but comments. The universe is sort of okay with getting your feet wet with an introduction, but a lot of it strays from from the characters like Starfire, for example. Uh, Elaborate, please, because I can't remember. Are you talking about that damn Starfire? That damn comic? I am not Starfire comic. Oh my gosh, I remember it now. Oh no. It's crazy how I'm remembering all these bad comics from them than the good comics. I forgot about New 52 until one of you guys brought it up. Uh, Man of Culture, yeah. And look at that, he's an old man too. That dude knew exactly what was right. You know, with age comes wisdom, and obviously wisdom did not pass him up. Uh, I like how Absolute Batman is reinventing certain characters like Bane, since Bane doesn't get enough appreciation. And I haven't seen Bane yet. I'll be honest, I haven't seen Bane yet, but I do like Bane. The character, Bane's character is so cool. So I really have high hopes on seeing what Bane looks like. Don't tell me yet. Don't tell me yet. I'm gonna find that out eventually. So that was something that I just thought it was pretty interesting just to put into my little bookmarks and stuff. Uh, I have like so many things now. Okay, actually, I don't want to. I have this bookmark, but I actually don't want to touch upon this yet. It is political. It is quite political, and I just I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing to do. But I keep it just because it's interesting to watch, and it's very telling of how these Hollywood people are like. Let's just say a certain guy who played in Breaking Bad had some interesting things to say about a specific tool of the government. But I will talk about this a little bit. Uh, I didn't know they were making a third game of this. I'm so behind. Despite being okay for a first game, Team Ninja censors Fuku's uh, Amyo Mage outfit in Neo 3. I haven't played Neo. I know about Neo, but I haven't played Neo. And Team Ninja doing it. I mean, it's not even just Team Ninja, it's just the censorship in general with these Japanese companies. And I think we're all understanding that, it's these payment processors and of course localizers and just Western influence, just tanking it, trying to force it to be like this. And honestly, it's within them too. It's to the point that it's within them too that they're making these these calls because they're fearful what this stuff is. I'm just that does look nice though. Gosh, I love designs like this. That's that this might be a good reference for Zensukia one day. I don't want to do not like that though, not too, but I do love this though. I do love that right there. Anyway, sorry. In offering definitive proof that Dead or Alive Studio has long since abandoned its founding identity, Team Ninja has censored Fuku's standard outfit as originally worn by the mage without any issue in the series debut for her return in Neo 3. Making the acquaintance of series protagonist William Adams in the first Neo, the game's fictional depiction of the historical Japanese figure Saito Fuku is presented as a retainer of the famed samurai general Akechi. I I can't pronounce that last name. Her station having been earned by employing her mastery of the Anyo magic system and assistance of the Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces during the Battle of Sekigahara. Hopefully I pronounce this. It's very difficult to pronounce this stuff. First crossing paths with Adams in the immediate aftermath of his early victory over her familiar, the Japanese chimera knew, and proceeding to offer him continued assistance over the course of his hunt for Edward Kelly, Fuku did not appear in Neo 2 due to being newly born at the time of his prequel story. Oh, okay. Is that censored? Or is that the actual thing? Oh, okay, so 2017. Okay, so that's... Dang. I hate to see the censored version then. Because I was thinking that was the censored version. I'm like, what? This ain't too bad. However, with the issuing of Neo 3 preview copies ahead of the game's fast approaching release date and I never heard of this game being talked about until now. The fan favorite mage was soon discovered to make her highly demanded return therein, having put her life on the field behind in her service of taking care and passing down her skills to the three equals protagonist Tokugawa Takichio. Unfortunately, as is the case with a depressing, ever-growing amount of IPs who are fortunate to receive current-day productions, Fuku's barely skin-showing design did not survive her 9-year sabbatical. This is not bad at all. This is just... Dude, look at this, though. Look at those hips. Oh, man. Yeah, this is so good. Anyway. In her original appearance, as seen above, Fuku is depicted wearing an all-black set of Edo period Shinto priest vestments, her arms, upper rib cage, and thighs tastefully visible through specifically cut-out fabric windows in her uniform. But in Neo 3, the outfit now completely covers the Amnio mage's upper body with its inner robe, while her legs have been hit with the usual black bodysuit leggings and Dude, what? Yikes. Sadly, this is far from the first time Team Ninja has applied necessary censorship to a previously approved and non-controversial outside of performance circles character outfit. For the last year, Ninja's Gaiden 2 Black Remaster of Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2. Although they walked back a previous black bodysuit application to his appearance, the studio still extended the demonic wrappings that compromised Rachel's unlockable Fiend outfit to cover more skin, particularly above her crotch and her breasts, than its original form. Dude, I don't care. That's so good. I mean, this is so good. Wow, that looks great. I'm sorry, I'm staring. I'm staring for a bit. While Team Ninja has not offered any public explanation as to why they chose to cover up Fuku's design, a prominent point of speculation suggests that Japan's CERO ratings board, whose historically held sensitivity to sexual content has only gotten worse in recent years, may have played a part in her wardrobe change. Yeah, probably a small part, but we probably know who the big reason was, or what the big reason was, is regardless of why it was applied, that any censorship exists in Neo 3 is an appointed that doesn't make sense, is a pointed mark against the world's ongoing puritanical turn. Dude, I'm gonna keep it on here because that's just perfect. Oh my gosh. All right, so see what you guys are saying. Laugh aloud. I don't mean I'm not Starfire. Starfire got made into where she was with Jason Todd. See, I don't know. I don't know. I know I stay out of that DC stuff. The only time I really like in recent times is the Batman, which was 2022, the Penguin. I still gotta watch the Penguin, and Absolute Batman. That's the only time I was really interested. I kind of feel like getting the new Ninja Gaiden when I get a PS5. Now this is I don't know. I wouldn't get a PS5. I wouldn't get a PS5. That's just me. I would not do a PS5. No, thank you. I think a PS5 and I just no. I get the controller. Controller's kind of nice, but not. I wouldn't get the PS5. But that's you, dude. I'm not gonna tell you how to spend your money. Uh, if you want a good example of Neo series, man, play the first one. You have it now, thanks to Steam. It's a great guess. Yeah, I mean I've seen it. I just never it never really interested me. Like I wanted to play it, but I did watch it. I watched a bit of it. One such example is the early set of boss, a woman with an umbrella. Yeah, I remember. I remember her. Yeah, I remember her. Uh, D defeats the purpose of an M rated. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank. You're on top of it, Fox. You're on top of it. That's what I'm talking about right here. That's what I talked about in the last stream, I believe. Uh, yeah. And it's crazy how they treat us like we're kids, but yet it's supposed to be M rated. It's crazy how this goes to Mortal Kombat as well. It's crazy how they can have all these fatalities and blood and gore, but they can't. Oh, Lord forbid they show us a bit of skin. They can. You can do the middle finger emote and everything, but you can't. You can hear the cursing, but you can't show like a little bit of boobs or yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy how it's just it doesn't make sense. We all agree on that. It does not make sense how you can have all these other things, but you can't show boobs and stuff. What? Oh, but it's fine. It's okay though if you show a man's ass though. Like no one wants to see that except for the women, but that's a very small minority right there that even plays those type of games. Uh, I'm late. What did I miss? Not too much, dude. Just me ranting and talk about how clueless Jim Lee is and well, showing off some artwork as well too. Some very tasteful artwork by you and others. Uh, Man, the outfit looks so good. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Personally, my least favorite censorship, and I brought this up before when it came to censorship, and it's the Dragon Quest one from Type A, Type B models where Shakira would be rolling his. Yeah, and I just I stuck with this. I said this is like it's always that one small change. It's always that one small thing, and then becomes a bigger thing. We've seen it with the fucking that cursing. We've seen it with the freaking uh what was it, the horse stuff for Elder Scrolls. We had the like, oh, it's just customization, you just buy extra custom. Then it turned into loot crates and all that, loot crates, loot boxes, whatever the heck it is, turned into all that. Now it's like, oh, it's just it's the type A, type B, and it's like, no, it's male or female. Why are you so afraid of saying male and female? Why are we trying to appease a very, very small minority, smaller than the women, with the female gamer minority? It's just why? But then again, this is they deserve they deserve to be struck against verbally, not physically, but verbally, with criticism and just say, hey, you know, you're not gonna give us what we want. You're gonna treat us like this. Okay, cool. Guess what? My money's going over towards this guy, and see what. And I want to see this team succeed. I'm done. I don't want to be your customer anymore. And I have to be like that. I was like that with a lot of these companies. And let's not forget that when they start doing right, quote unquote, right by the fans, they still hate you. They still think less of you. They still think you're fucking idiots. And honestly, you probably are if you buy their stuff. I would know. I fell for that. I was a fucking idiot that thought a company was doing well, and I said, okay, let me buy this stuff. And the next thing you know, they come around and do the same shit again. I'm cursing. Dang, I'm getting passionate. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to curse, but we have to learn. We have to learn. I'm tired of the bait and switch. I'm tired of the false promises. I'm tired of things becoming more expensive while they're giving us less value of a product. Tired of it. I'm tired of them releasing the game and then everything's good for a month or two, and then next thing they start patching out things, and just no. Your single player games are not. I mean, your offline, your single player games are still online for some reason instead of being offline because it's single player, and the optimization is horrible most of the time. But yet these guys think they deserve $70+ including tax. No, just no. How about no? We gotta look at ourselves honestly, y'all, as customers. I gotta do it too. There's sometimes I struggle, and I become a hypocrite, and I buy stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I know they're gonna do a bait and switch basically, but I actually like this. I know sometimes it's tough. Sometimes it's tough, especially when it looks really good at the time. But this is a good talk. This is a good conversation right here. We're all guilty of it. I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not guilty of it. Cause I'll just be fucking stupid for doing that. She kind of looks like Nina Williams from Tekken, bro. She does, doesn't she? Personally, anything involving games with censorship or anything is the reason I got off console. How many games on console got censored? Dispatch just yeah, and that's another case in point right there. Yeah, especially with speaking of products, these consoles, these lackluster consoles. Honestly, Nintendo Switch 2, Xbox Series, whatever it is, and PS5, they're lackluster consoles. They are not next gen. Or I'm sorry, current gen. They're not current gen. They're not. They look like they could still run and play things on Xbox One and PS4, and maybe Switch and the first Switch. Hell, maybe the Wii U, to be honest. And yet they're raising the prices of these consoles too. See, that's why and they see the writing on the wall. That's why they're trying to go over more in the PC. But the thing is now with what's going on with the PC with the RAM drive and the RAMs and all, I'm not. Look, I'll be honest. I'm not gonna pretend I know everything about PC. I don't. But I've been keeping an eye on all this stuff. Like it's just the circus is boring and the bread is stale with these AAA game developers. The circus is boring and the bread is stale. And a lot of people, a lot of gamers are getting tired of it. And it's not just the gamers, it's the investors too. Don't believe me? Okay, look at Microsoft. Look at their stocks. It's dropping. And I understand that's more of the AI stuff and Windows 11. I understand that, but that's I mean, they come on, Microsoft owns the Xbox. That's gonna be a part of gaming right there as well. Ubisoft, look at Ubisoft. Look how bad they're floundering right now. Hell, they just canceled a Prince of Persia game that was like what, like 90 something percent complete. But yet, these are the people. I'm not going to say the people. These are just the companies that think they're entitled to your money. And a part of me is kind of glad that people are waking up. But at the same time, I wish I really never saw this happen. I never really thought this was going to happen in my lifetime or ever, where we're just going to be getting subpar products and people who just don't who are supposed to be professionals or experts, and they can't even make a game that is infested with bugs. They need to rely on a day zero patch or a day one patch. It really comes to show you like how the games that we grew up back then, the OGs, like like you guys who've experienced gaming in 2000s, all you bought the game, you popped popped the disc inside the console, and you just played it. You didn't have to wait for downloads or anything. It was literally a buy and play, not a buy, download, and then play. And you don't have to worry about, it's just a license. It's just a license. You don't, it's only good for however long you have. I mean, it's allowed to be active. No, we actually had ownership, but I think that's bound to change. I think that's bound to make a comeback because, like, it's not just gamers, it's people in general, where it's coming down to the streaming, where Netflix and all that, people are getting tired of paying all this, jumping off a Netflix or jumping off a Hulu and then going to sign up on Netflix or whatever, just to, just to watch that one movie. I understand, like, there's the convenience to it, but at the same time, it's like, this is just stupid and dumb. Like, you can literally go to Walmart. You can go to Walmart and go to that one bin, that one bit, that big basket or big bin of movies and they're like $5, and you get really good buys too. You get some really good movies for a good buy. I'm not joking here. I literally bought 3 John Wick movies, $5 a piece. $5 a piece from that. 3 of them. I done it with Equalizer as well. But yet, why would I want to go buy a subscription that's like over $10? It's probably close to 20 now. I don't know. I haven't checked prices on stuff I don't really care about. But yet, I'm getting just to watch one movie. That's dumb. I'd rather just go on YouTube and watch it for free. And I'm not talking about YouTube Premium. I'm talking about just people who people who just upload the film on there and just like don't give a crap. Devontae says it's the double standard. And Flaming says, and if it was censored, mod it out. No, I don't want to. You're still giving them money at the end of the day. No, and I don't, and I don't like that whole thing. Like, even then, you just mod it out. Like, no, and I understand we got the whole family there's Steam has a family library thing, and you do the whole. You didn't buy it, but still, even then, for people who are buying it just to mod it and everything, it's like, no, you're still giving them money at the end of the day. No, they're still they're still winning in a way. Yeah, maybe they're not getting a lot of sales, but they still are getting some sales though, just from that. No, I've never been okay with that. I swear, back then consoles felt free when it came to their games, especially like God of War or even GTA. But today, everything on console feels like I'm being watched or being babied while I play. Yeah, and with even then, you know what made these consoles sell? Console exclusives. So what happens when you take a console exclusive and you put it over to another platform? You're devaluing your freaking brand. This is what Xbox is doing on now, and this is part of Xbox plan. I mean, they've always been about future proofing. They've always been like that since 2013. But it's just it's still the fact of like, what is the point of buying a PS5? What is the point of buying an Xbox if it's all gonna come to PC or it's gonna go to Nintendo or something like that? It's just it's just no loyalty. There's no loyalty to the people who actually bought the consoles. Why are you even making a console in the first place? You might as well just stop. You might as well just stop that the last console and said, okay, we're gonna focus on this. What is the point of making these quote unquote next gen consoles? That's dumb. That's a waste of time, effort, money. It's like people are like they're so educated, they're dumb. And I'm not, but I don't guess I don't know what I guess I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't have a degree in this and that. I'm so tired of that. I'm so tired of the attitude too, where you're just like, oh, you don't understand because you didn't study for. Well, clearly you don't understand because I would. It would be easier this way, but I guess common sense is not in your. It's not your forte. Hell, I'm still pissed off that Bandai Namco was censoring Code Vein 2. I am too. I am too. But we saw this with Elden Ring. Elden Ring had that Type A, Type B bull crap as well. And that was when did that come out? 2021, 2022? And I love Code Vein. I literally have Code Vein. I bought the I bought it physically. I love it. It's one of my it was one of my favorite new IPs until this came out. Oh, DRHINO, why are you getting upset? It's just you're so upset about the big boobs. There's no big boobs in there. I'm like, yes, there is. There's obviously still is. But the fact that they are focusing more on censorship than they are with actual tires and different tires that you can collect and stuff. It's like you put more it seems like they put more resources into that than the gameplay. It's just no. And I'm hearing now that they have like a problem with optimization or something like that. I could be wrong on that end, but there's so much going on. There's so much bad news about that. And it's mixed too on its Steam reviews. Yikes, dude. At least they haven't given us Type C. Yeah, I guess. I would. I will laugh. I would literally laugh if they give us a Type C. Oh wait, they did. Oh wait, they did. Not Bandai Namco, but Code War, Call of Duty Code War did that. They gave us the male, female, and then non-binary. They did that 6 years ago, and that didn't go over well. And they haven't done that again. And that was Treyarch. But Treyarch can't do no wrong though. But look at Black Ops 7 though. That's what I'm glad people are waking up finally, but there's still not enough. Flame Claw says, at this point, when it comes to gaming, it's not only more practical to be on the hardware you build, it's even cheaper to do so. Even the Steam machine, while costly, still be cheaper in the long run. It'd be more. I don't look. This is how I see it. Yeah, maybe it. Okay, let's just say it's not cheap or whatever. Costly, whatever. However, whatever's going to be happening with that price range, it's going to be a better investment long term. That's what I'm interested in. And I'm not saying you don't understand, because you absolutely understand what's going on, Flame Claw. I'm saying this for the people who will be catching the replay or don't know a thing, and they're just I'm invested in the long term. To the point where I want to use it for 20, well, I wouldn't say 20 years, but at least like a decade or something, I'm tired of this whole console life cycle. I want something good, dude. I want something that just lasts. It don't have to, it don't have to last for a long time, but at least let it be a decade. And then, maybe I could be wrong on there. Maybe, maybe it's like, oh, you don't know what the hell you're talking about on that front. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's correct. But you can't deny that you want something people want something that actually lasts long, that they get more bang for their buck. You can't. There's no denying that. I do see, Neff says, I do see a considerable improvement from Switch to Switch 2. Issue is Switch is like two generations behind, so that's not a high bar. Switch 2 is still behind everything. Yeah, it's comparable to a PS4, or so I've been told. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it. I'm still not buying it. No, we're in next gen. We're in current gen. Why would I want to buy a console that can't even be up to par with PS5? Why? You know how stupid that is. And then you're not even getting physical. What's the whole deal about? Actually, I don't care. It's Nintendo. I don't care. I do not care. Flaming Claw says, my man-made personally owned machine for PC games is also my home consoles for every type of consoles, and I don't pay a dime and buy what I want and upgrades. I'm sorry, y'all. It's kind of, my eyes are kind of messing up right now. Buy what I want, and the upgrades are when I want, not when they stop. Yeah, yep. That's what I'm talking about right there. Long-term investment right there. That's what I want. Maybe if PS5 and Xbox, this new Xbox, this current PS5 and current Xbox did that, like I actually embraced that more. Maybe maybe I would consider doing that. Maybe a lot more people would consider doing that. It don't have to be like PC, but damn, it would at least extend the life cycle. It's crazy how PS1, PS2, PS3, Xbox and Xbox 360, heck, a little bit, maybe even a little bit of Xbox One, maybe. Uh, they were actually able to bring out a full freaking trilogy on one console, on each console. I don't think they did with Xbox One. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did that. They were able to do a whole freaking trilogy. Nowadays, they're lucky to even do a trilogy within the same generation. That's what I'm talking about. That's also another part of the problem right there. People are waking up to console censorship bullcrap, but just as many start trying to migrate to PC, AI goes and skyrockets the prices of RAM. Well, you and Flaming Claw know my position on that when it comes to investing into that stuff. I don't. I'm not buying in for the hype. I'm buying in for the actual structure, infrastructure that it could bring in. Be the possibility of that. Just like with gold and silver, I'm not doing it for the hype. I'm actually doing it for a long term investment of actually buying physical gold and silver one day. But that's just me. And we're not here to talk about financial stuff. Yeah, you got the full game. Hell, you got the full trilogy. You got the full 3 games. And then some, like the spin-offs. As stated, PC owns Xbox and PS games. Switch games aren't as easy to get on there, but possible to a degree. But all old games of all companies work amazing. So all in one console and less than, yeah, yep. I've literally been playing games that weren't even in my local area and only available to another country and locked to console, and yet PC playable and fun to play. Don't need to pay for it. Hey, you know what? I forgot. Dang, I forgot to tell you this. I wanted to do that Gears of War online that they brought out, where it's focused on Gears of War 3. I totally forgot until now. But I actually want to get. I want to get on it because I love Gears of War 3. You know how much I love that. I love Gears of War. I wanted something that feels like all in one PC or Steam Deck or machine does that. A also PS, Xbox, Nintendo games almost current gen, past or future gen don't need to change out each few years. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I know we're in a bumpy ride for a bit, or with the AI stuff. There's just a lot of news about AI. It's like every day something about AI. Uh, I have, I wouldn't say hopes. I don't have. I'm not gonna despair too about it. I'm just trying to be as realistic as possible with it. Is that again? I'm looking at it as an infrastructure way of that it is here to stay. It is here to stay, and I just hope that it gets used wisely more than for stupidity. But the way things are going right now, well, the stupidity is outweighing the reasons. So it's just gonna be very interesting within a decade. A lot's been going on within the past 4 5 years now of it. Mm, crazy. All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing that. This. Oh my gosh. All right, so I'm going over to my likes. I know I have some cool things to show. Oh, I do want to show that, but I don't know if I'll get hit on that. I probably will. It's so good art. That's such great art too. I wanted to show you guys. I want to show you guys that one so bad because it's actually so cool, and I actually want to reference that too for Zensekiel one day. But anyway, I'm looking through my likes. Just got to be very careful. You know how you can only imagine what I have liked. It's not honestly. If I actually showed you guys some of the stuff, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. They got some really cool stuff in here. But I will say I'm having a little bit of a tough time trying to find what I want to get. Okay, all right, so won't lie, I've been following this artist too. I gotta be careful. I don't think they do anything crazy. All right, so guys, check this out. Yeah. Share this. So check this out. I wouldn't say watching, but I've been keeping an eye on their stuff, and I've been like, they've been releasing like Halo 3 fan art, but with Frieren in it, and it's dude, they're in the part where it's like the floodgate. If you know that mission, you remember that mission if you play Halo 3, and they just like literally just doing some. Well, they're doing stuff like this too, but they've been making like a whole thing where it just follows like 15. It's like the whole entire mission and everything. Oh my, I want to show you guys so much, but I'm kind of scared because just artists are always gonna art. But this is so cool. And it makes me kind of want to play Halo 3, but I've been collecting so many artworks. I just want to show off so many stuff, or, just give out shout outs to these artists and everything. But dude, oh my gosh, I want to just there's just some like art. Just I never would have thought of like Frittering with Halo. I never would have thought of that. But I enjoy it. I love it. Uh, I read this. You mean the Gears of War 3 modded online stuff? Give me a minute to research. And yeah, that, yeah. All right, I'm gonna stop showing some stuff. Well, the artwork, I mean, but want to also watch something, and I can't for the life of me remember it. Oh boy, off to a good start with that. Uh, we can always go back to Monte Sensei though. Cool guy, very cool guy. Shout out to Monte Sensei. But I don't think he uploaded anything uh, for Thursday. Could be wrong. I'm checking right now. But he's always got some good stuff. Oh yeah, he hasn't uploaded anything, but surely definitely next Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. There's just so many things. Like, let me see. Let's try this. No, I don't want to see anything by Watch Mojo. Oh my gosh. What is up with these like TikTok like stuff, dude? Like people, man, it's just like just go away. Go away. I'm not trying to watch your cringe stuff, and most of them are tourists anyway. Oh my gosh. What's his name? We'll just look up this guy. The old guy I was talking about fan service. What was his name? We'll just look it up there. I am so just just not with it. John O'Donnell. Okay, John O'Donnell. That's a heck of a name right there. John O'Donnell. John O'Donnell. Okay. Yeah, yeah. You don't get hit with things or anything. Hopefully, this doesn't get hit. It shouldn't get hit because it's more like just commentary and stuff. But you know how YouTube is, and how these people are too when they put stuff out like, oh, this. All right, here we go. All right. Hopefully, y'all can see this.
Offended that we would dare show that porno smut in a public forum.
I take it this was the striptease early in the first episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
I watched Dominion Tank too. Dominion Tank was not bad. It was something. It wasn't my cup of tea, but I kind of liked it. I can't remember too much about it. I really can't, but
They're everywhere. Every mall has anime stuff. New releases show up regularly.
I do remember those two girls
in theaters. It didn't used to be like this.
We talk about piracy in the anime business. It's been rampant from day one.
The stuff that we were releasing here, what was that to them? Like, how did they regard it?
Low class.
For over 30 years, a cottage industry of publishers, organizers, writers, and other professionals saw the potential in anime and fought like hell to make it a thing.
Well, John, we know that you'll be a failure trying to sell Japanese animation because there's no reason for Americans to want to buy Japanese animation. And we couldn't let you do that when you were with us because it would be a hit to our brand identity. But now that you're Central Park Media, we really don't care if you fail.
These are their stories in their own words.
Dude, the OGs, man.
I look at
what the OGs went through. You think we're having it tough? Man, they had it rough, man. They had it rough, man. But what we have in common with them is that we're fighting like hell against against odds.
anime the same way I look at opera. If a person likes opera, they're going to be open to a new opera. And there's a new opera. They'll watch an old opera, and there's a new version of an old opera.
The Anime Business. Episode 1, brought to you by Animego. One of the oldest anime distributors in North America is back. Here's what we have coming out.
Okay, don't need all that. Just gonna skip that. Okay.
Japanese captions are courtesy of the Kleckner Foundation. Thank you.
See, these interviews reflect the memories of the interviewee. Our goal is to preserve their point of view of historic events, not to confront them with others. While statements have been vetted to the best of our ability, they have not been exhaustively fact-checked. Opinions expressed are not necessarily those of Media OCD, its employees, or partners. Short clips, photos, and artwork used in this video are for illustrative purposes under the fair use provision. Yep. I just gotta read that.
Let's start at the beginning. Well, first, give us your name and your former job title.
Sure. My name is John O'Donnell, and my former job title is co-founder and managing director of Central Park Media.
This is John. He and I go way back. The story goes that back in the summer of 2000, he hired me after meeting me on a plane. But most importantly, in the early days of anime on VHS in America, John was a force. His company, Central Park Media, was behind early hits like Project A-ko and Dominion Tank Police. He wasn't always popular with fans or colleagues, but he knew and understood the home video business like nobody else, and he's widely credited for getting anime on store shelves in a big way.
It's fair to say that the one-time leader, yes, we were one of the first people to organize the industry. We were not the first anime company. I'll be happy to read you a history of the anime industry, but we were the first to professionally organize it, bring anime and manga to the mass markets. And basically, we take credit for creating a generation of Americans who looked to Japan very fondly because of the love for anime and manga. The very first encounter, I'm sure, was just growing up in the 60s, catching some of the things on TV, out of the corner of your eye. We can talk about my theory of phases of anime industry development.
Sure.
We'll talk about that in a minute. In terms of actually doing anything with it as a product, right? Let me show you some early. I was working for a Japanese company, and during that period of time, I was running their software operations.
All right, so that's Voltron. Dude. It's crazy. Hang on, let me do a full screen of this. Might be easier that way. Wow. VHS tape, dude. I kind of miss how those box. I miss those box artworks, just box arts, whatever the hell they're called. I love that. And I just want to shout out Monte Sensei too for this because it did give me. I totally forgot that he actually kind of reviewed this as well, like months ago. And when it popped up on my Twitter, I was like, oh, yeah, this clip. I remember this guy talk about this. And it's just, I was like, I had to. This is more like me just kind of like just bringing, putting this out there for more people to see and everything. Because it's important. Honestly, it's an important piece of anime history. He's one of the, I guess pioneers. One of the pioneers of for bringing this stuff over to us, and how it is now. And that's why it's so important, because again, he was saying that they fought like hell to get this stuff over here. Now it is our duty to fight like hell against these people who are trying to censor it and put in their ideals and their political agendas, and just trying to devalue the art. So just throwing that out there.
Those are Betamax tapes, by the way.
And we started releasing things like Voltron and TV series such as Transor Z. Now, at that point in time, we said, oh, these are interesting cartoons. And we actually marketed them just as TV shows, which were very popular. Voltron was incredibly popular at that time. And put them out on video for home video without a lot of thought as to the genre concept of anime. These were just popular TV shows. You license a popular TV show, put it on home video, you sell it. It was good business. So this was probably my first professional introduction to what we would now know as anime. And as you know, Voltron is actually a couple different TV shows which were edited together.
Right.
Same thing with Transor Z. I think it was Mazinger Z and something else.
Yep.
So at that point in time, it was just TV stuff, right? And then as I started to get into it, you realized it's not just TV stuff. It is an actual vibrant industry in Japan with a long tradition And when you start to look at the traditions of American cartoons and Japanese cartoons, you learn a lot about cultural differences, right? So let me take a moment and read you a couple, not read you, but let me refresh my memory with a couple of historical things. So I'll give you my summary history of anime and American TV, okay? What I call the first phase, 1964 to about 1967. The first wave began in the United States with the 1964 broadcast of Astro Boy. All right, that was followed by 8-Man in 1965. Gigantor, which is Tetsujin 28. Prince Planet, Marine Boy, Kimba the White Lion came out in 1966. Speed Racer started in
Speed Racer is that old? What? I didn't realize Speed Racer was that old.
1967. That was really the first breakout show that really became popular and imprinted itself on the American mind. Now, at this point in time, Japanese anime was sort of what I'm talking about here, right? It is a very inexpensive programming source to put on American TV. And that was pretty much it. Fred Ladd goes to Japan, licenses the Tetsujin, licenses the, he had Speed Racer, he had a bunch of those, right? He was one of the early guys. Just a low-cost alternative to doing it yourself here in America. A little bit different from what we were getting from Warner Brothers cartoons, Hanna-Barbera. It was a syndicated kind of a television release, not a national broadcast thing. So these early shows were sort of like American TV in that the episodes were not consecutive. They were, you could pretty much show them in any order you want, which is how most American cartoons are. And then we say the second wave really started maybe 10, 12 years later. That would be like 78 to the end of the 80s. And in the second wave, it began with things like Battle of the Planets, 1978. Other key anime series during this period.
Good time.
You had Star Blazers, Force 5, Voltron,
That's when it was getting
Pokemon,
really good.
Robotech, Transformer Z.
Right.
These guys came out in the late 80s and were more known really for their merchandising. I think Voltron, this was over $2 billion of product in America, most of which was not the video. People watched it on TV and bought the Voltron toys and the merchandise, etc. Some people bought the videos, but again, it was a different kind of a market than what we know as the anime market. I've got the details here for Voltron. Was edited together from Hyakujo O Go Lion, right? And Kiko Kantai Dairogu 15, right?
Yeah.
Transfer Z was the American version of Go Nagai's Zinger Z. And they edited out the female breastplates, right? One of the robots that shot out of it because that was just too rough for TV. It's
too much.
Now the third wave of television of anime development in America, so I'm talking about the TV side really, is 1995 up until about the end of the 1990s, early 2000s.
That's gives us the Sailor Moons, the Dragon Ball Z.
Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Digimon.
Yeah.
That's the third wave of anime.
Yeah.
And what are the key distinctions? First of all, it's the first time the word anime started to be used. Because in the previous phase, it was a cartoon.
Yeah, just
and
cartoon.
Nobody really cared where it came from. It was just cheap, inexpensive programming for television. The other interesting thing is that the sales point of something like Sailor Moon it came from Japan.
Right.
It's cool. Right.
I think that was sales point for a certain type of fan. That's not how they tried to market.
No, that's not how they marketed in America.
Right.
But that started a fan growth, if you will. That didn't start it, but it just it built on what was already there.
Sure.
So this was the first. The key to this phase is really the first time television was broadcasting Japanese animation, right, in a vibrant home video era. So first, 60s, what could you do? You watched it on TV, that was it.
Yeah.
70s, right? The people who had Betamaxes.
Or U-matic or something, yeah.
Those normal people didn't have U-matics.
That's true.
Basically, the home video business started in 75, 76 with the introduction of Betamax, VHS, Rattler, etc. So second phase was really the first time that people could record stuff from TV. It wasn't a real big home video market right then at the start because it took a while to develop.
Sure.
The third phase of TV, when Sailor Moon, etc. came out, that was in the presence of a very vibrant commercial distribution system for pre-recorded programming.
Certainly.
So each of those eras has a different, what happened on TV had a different effect in America because of other technology. Now, the anime home video market,
All right. Which is where you entered the picture.
yeah, which is the way I knew the picture. We say it started with the birth of the VCR, right? The mid 70s. So in Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society in 1975, they were already, right, showing anime because people had friends in Japan, people did study in Japan.
Yeah.
They recorded what they had in
Right.
Japan. They brought it back to America. They
Yeah.
mailed tapes back and forth. And the start of a
Cultural
very
exchange
widespread bootleg market appeared. Now, we talk about piracy in the anime business. It's been rampant from day one. And piracy has always had two roles, if you will, two sides of the coin. On the one side, it's, complete copyright infringement of intellectual property owned by people who aren't being paid by those who are consuming the product.
Sure.
Many people look at that as a bad thing.
Right.
The flip side, however, is it exposed America
Yes.
to a product concept that would never have come in through the mainstream channels. I mean, you want something on ABC, NBC, anime is not going to do it,
Right.
You want something that's going to be successful in the syndicated markets? Well, now you're back to a Voltron kind of a thing.
Yep.
Something that has mass appeal, a Pokemon, right?
Right.
But that's it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get more than a couple of titles into
Right.
that market. With the home video in place, suddenly you had the ability to do niche marketing. And we at Central Park Media, 1991 was when we introduced our first anime, which was Dominion Tank Police. We'll talk about that in a
Oh, yeah.
It was economically viable to conceive of buying the rights to a product, spending money to produce it professionally, release it professionally, and expect to be able to earn back enough money to not only pay those costs, but to have some left over so you could do it again
And
repeat
again
it,
and again.
rinse and repeat.
Right.
Yeah.
We launched, our
Yeah.
first products were launched in 1990 with a documentary. And the reason we started with a documentary and we called ourselves a boutique publisher was because the mass market home video had developed by then. The movie studios were releasing their movies. The record companies were starting to release, their music videos. The main attractions in the home video world were movies, to a smaller extent, music. Discovery Channel had come out, and as a cable channel, it was very popular. So we thought, well, what there's a niche for, what there's space for an independent, would be to license nonfiction programming, a variety of genres. And we released a movie. Our first release was actually In the Blood, and it was by the gentleman who did the Pumping Iron
Really?
movie series with Arnold Schwarzenegger, then Pumping Iron 2, The Women, right? George Butler. And we spent a lot of time releasing that. It was a great documentary. And then we did another documentary after that called Silk Road, which was Japan's highest broadcast documentary in history. And we suddenly realized that every single market entry point that we had developed for In the Blood didn't work for Silk Road, because if you're selling these kinds of videos to gun shops, NRA members, they're not too interested in a documentary series about China.
I know.
Now, this is something we should have known up front, but we were young and stupid. With the documentaries, it's a genre. We'll focus on documentaries. Documentaries are not a genre. Civil War documentaries are a genre. And that's a different genre than World War I documentaries, which is a completely different genre from Vietnam War documentaries. And war documentaries have very little interest to people who want to watch videos of museums of the world. So it's not a genre.
Right.
And every single tile required basically developing new marketing channels to reach the customers. With anime, the light bulb went off. I look at anime the same way I look at opera. If I ask a person a question, do you like opera? They're generally able to answer that question. And their answers are, heck no, I love it. Or, one or two I like, but not much.
Right.
But if a person likes opera, they're going to be open to a new opera. And there's a new opera. They'll watch an old opera. There's a new version of an old opera, right? There's market consistency in the fact that their tastes are such that being open to a particular genre called opera, they're open to all kinds of things which fall into that category. Anime had that kind of potential appeal to us, we thought. If you like one anime, chances are you'll enjoy watching another anime. Now, you might not like it as much because, this one's better than that one, but your acceptance of the genre is there. So once we could build the distribution channels to reach those people, we thought we'd have the ability to build a sustainable growth business. Well, being in the home video publishing business as an independent and looking for something that would separate us from your Paramount, your Warner Home Video, your Universal Home Video, the big boys, right? We thought, what would that be? As I mentioned, I had experience with Voltron, Transfer Z, so we knew the market a little bit. We started to research it. And going back to bootlegging, when we went to our first fan conventions, we found a lot of bootlegs. If there's a lot of bootlegs, it means there's a lot of demand that's not being fulfilled. So we said, why don't we fulfill this demand with professional product, right? Licensed product. Because you can't sell bootlegs to Musicland or if people remember what Musicland is, right? You can't sell them through major retailers. It has to be legitimately, sourced IP. So it was the profusion of anime fan subs and dubs, right? That said to us, this is a market.
Yes.
Let's find out where we can get this from. I went back to some of the people I'd worked with before. I'd worked with people like Toho, Toei, Sony, people like that, and started talking to them about releasing their product. What's interesting, one of the companies I'd worked for, a large Japanese company, was selling a lot of anime in Japan. And I was running their home video operations in America. And I said, this stuff will sell in America. Why don't we license it and release it? And they refused.
Why?
Well, after I set up Central Park Media, and I went back to them, Japan, I got a phone call. And they said, we hear you're looking to license anime. I go, yeah. They said, why don't you license ours? I said, the same stuff that you wouldn't let me release when I was running your American home video operations? They said, yeah. I said, why are you now willing to let me sell that now that I'm CPM, as opposed to when I was your subsidiary company? And you know what they told me?
What?
Well, John, we know that you'll be a failure trying to sell Japanese animation because there's no reason for Americans to want to buy Japanese animation. And we couldn't let you do that when you were with us because it would be a hit to our brand identity. But now that you're Central Park Media, we really don't care if you fail.
Exactly.
Think about that. This is one of the smartest, most sophisticated Japanese companies in the world. What does that tell you about the Japanese mentality, if you will? What does that tell you about?
Galapagos syndrome. Galapagos syndrome.
Yeah, I know what that is. But yeah, that's like when I pitched this idea. I'm gonna get into a little bit of lore. This didn't happen too long ago. It was actually a few days ago. But I had come up with the idea. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who came with this idea. It's probably been out now, but came with the idea. I was like, I love financial stuff. I do. I love financial stuff. I was literally researching different ETFs for retirement accounts and stuff that can actually bolster retirement accounts and have a proven track record, a decade or more. And I was thinking to myself, I love anime. I love manga. And I love finances. I love money. Why don't I actually try to make a financial book that has anime characters on it? Not saying, they're official, and I wouldn't say like, long-standing character that's our, like Sailor Moon and all that, but just original anime characters on there that, have a couple, maybe 4 or 5, and you're, just make it like that, where it make it easier for people to understand different finances and different types of accounts and all that stuff. And I kind of pitched this to a coworker, just because it was just, we had the time to talk, and she was like, "That was the stupidest idea I've ever heard." That's what she said to me. And I said, it's stupid to you because you're not interested in it. However, it's interesting to the people. It's a great idea to those who like anime, who like the Japanese entertainment and money as well. Like me. Again, niche audience right there. Very niche audience, I think. I would like to think. But hey, I'm also giving you guys some some ideas that if you want to do that, if you want to you guys want to make a couple bucks? Hey, look, there's an idea right there. All right, but I totally relate to that guy. I totally relate to it. It's just it's stupid, dumb. It's gonna fail. No, it's only the only thing that's gonna fail because it's it's just not in that sphere of what you like or what you want.
Is what Japan calls it when their industry and market evolves completely separately from the rest of the world. It makes for some strange incompatibilities, but it also makes them special. And they love it.
They love it. Yeah. I was very happy. I said, yeah, I'll be happy to license your stuff. So did a deal, licensed it. What I thought was a fairly interesting title. And we got to release that in America. And one of the things that had caught my eye about this title is an OVA, short, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. When they released it in Japan, this company, right, had a special promotion in the package. It was, I wouldn't even call it a sexy OVA. It was like silly romantic stuff, but they had what we call fan service, like panty shots.
Right. Maybe a flash of boobs.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So in Japan,
they got to bring that back more. They got to bring that back more, which I agree with Monte Sensei about that. He talks about that a lot.
If you bought the Betamax back then, it came with paper panties. The liner was printed on paper panties. So of course, I bought a couple hundred of those, the original ones.
That reminds me of oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm stopping. I don't know it. I can't show it, but that I have a I have a limited edition of a Monster Musume, the Monster Musume anime, where it comes in this bundle, and when you open up the bundle, it's literally like it unfolds into like a pair of boobs. Stuff like that. It's just like you're not really expecting at all. To what? Bringing back more of that fan service? Is that what you mean, Fox?
We'll put these in, making a special edition.
It was still in Japanese. You didn't need to translate it.
You didn't translate anything. It was just, isn't this cute? Contains original panties, as originally sold in Japan. Because we wanted to show the fans that we were being true to the Japanese release.
That was important for you from day one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Because, again, as I mentioned when we were talking about the phases of television,
all right.
We were shifting from cheap programming to a tradition of excellence, if you will, a tradition of art that demands respect.
True experience.
And part of that respect is to treat it, right, overseas the way they would treat it back home, which is don't edit things to make them, don't dumb them down. Don't edit out scenes that the producers thought belonged there.
Right.
Don't take totally different programs and edit them together and change everybody's names and just make a new show out of it.
Yes.
That might have been a successful commercial release pattern because we saw that happen with some of the things.
Sure.
But it was not being true to anime per se. So we sort of from day one, we said, no, we're Japan authorities and experts. We've lived there, we've worked there, we know the thing. We've got a lot of Japanese staff. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by anime. So as word came out that we were going to release this, the Japanese company got a little bit upset, worried, decided to renege on the deal, and decided to say, well, you can't release that because it will track back to us back in Japan because our name's all over the credits and our name's on the artwork and our name's on the panties, etc. So we made a deal. They took that back.
Did you already have them printed, or?
Oh yeah, we were long. It was going to be our first release.
Oh wow!
Right, and we were first release with purpose. It was like, hey, see how cool this stuff, see how weird it is, and see how interesting and different from America, blah blah blah. So
just imagine if it was released like that. How different would the things be now? I wonder. But then again, it may still end up like how it is now. Just like how I told you, I was telling you guys about my Monster Musume limited edition bundle I have. Yeah, the little things here and there, but I wonder.
That's why Dominion ended up being our first release. But they treated us well. They paid all the money that we had spent. They paid what they thought would be a fair share of the estimated profits on the deal. They gave me a couple of titles to release. They weren't very good titles.
I liked Ultimate Teacher.
Okay, do you like Dog Soldier?
Nobody likes Dog Soldier.
Point made.
How did you go about selling those? Like, there was no retail channels for these yet.
No. One of the first things we did was we hooked up with Books Nippon. Books Nippon was an American outlet of Nihon Shupan,
Right.
which is a big printing company in Japan.
Right.
And they had actually a bookshop on 57th Street. And they imported Japanese books to sell to the American market. They had begun to import some anime, which they had subtitles, and they sold in the States under the name of U.S. renditions. Do you know Robert Napton?
Oh, yeah, very well.
He deserves a lot of credit for what he did with U.S. renditions, because I think they were the first to probably put it on the market, a tape. No, in 87, U.S. rendition. You got to give these guys credit.
87?
1987, U.S. renditions was created by Nippon Shupan Banbai, which is the sales arm.
Yeah.
And they became the first anime specialist company in America.
Wow.
And they sold them through one or two bookstores that they had. I think at one here, San Francisco, LA.
Yeah.
One here in New York.
Right.
In 88, a year later, was when Streamline began distributing Akira theatrically on home video.
Yeah.
Right, 1990, we got launched, and Animego and The Right Stuff released their first anime titles.
The Right
So
Stuff.
Animego's Robert Woodhead,
Yeah.
a towering figure in the launch of anime.
Sure is.
Right. The Right Stuff, Sean Kleckner. I mean, he has been there until very recently.
Yeah.
And these guys deserve a lot of credit. The year after us, 92, was when AD Vision. So that's John Ledford. These guys deserve credit for founding the American anime and manga market, along with Seiji Horibuchi over at Viz,
Yes.
who left Japan to come to America and be a hippie in Haight-Ashbury in the 60s. Pay for the meager lifestyle required at that time to be a hippie in the late 60s in San Francisco. He got Shogakukan to let him translate some of their manga and publish it in America as comic books. So
Yeah,
I give him credit for launching the manga
player.
world. Viz, they began releasing videos in 93. Right. But they'd done the manga stuff. Pioneer started in 94, right? And that was the year that Orion Pictures bought Streamline.
Yeah.
Orion got bought by MGM.
Well, Orion went bankrupt first.
Right? Yeah, I mean, shut down everything.
It was a
right?
disaster.
That was a disaster. Then Manga Entertainment came in from the UK in 94.
The question we were launching off was, how did you sell it? Yeah.
With great difficulty. How do we sell it? There were a number of home video distributors at the time who serviced home video retailers, and there were a number of American chains that you could sell to directly. A company such as Musicland, right, with Suncoast Entertainment, Transworld Entertainment. These were big national chains, audio and video.
Transworld was better known to the public as Record Town and Saturday Matinee.
And you could go to their buyers and pitch them and try to sell them. You could go to companies such as Baker and Taylor, Ingram, Comtron, people like that, to get them to take your product and then put it into the video rental stores at the time, right? Remember the days when you had to buy a membership to be, to have the privilege to rent a cassette?
I do.
Okay, kids these days don't. This was our first release, right? Dominion Tank Police.
Yep.
Okay. Now, if you want to get a shot of that, you see that there are two girls on motorcycles with guns in bikini type bathing suits.
Audience.
As a result of this kind of thing, which I think any anime fan today would say, yeah, okay, I got it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the reaction of the American media, reaction of the American press, the trade was? Here's one of the first, this is in Billboard, right? And they're talking about, this is July 27, 1991. So this was just after we had announced our Central Park Media was launching US Manga Corps as our anime division at the Video Software Dealers Association, big convention that summer. The picture they used was a picture of me with the release of Mina Angechao, I Give You All, the title which was pulled back by our Japanese licensor,
right,
because of their fear of their brand diminishment as a result of having paper panties in the video. There's also known as anime videos, parentheses, pronounced, quote, Annie May. That was absolutely mandatory for every press release we sent out in probably the first 5 years, because people kept asking us, what is an anime? Right. People don't do that anymore.
Nope.
Right. So one of the points to make is today, as we are in May of 2023, as we make this discussion.
Yes.
30 years, 32 years after we started this.
Yeah.
The world's a different place completely.
Yes.
Most of the anime fans today have no idea of what happened to make the anime world grow globally the way it has. This one is talking about the sex and violence, right? A second major difference would be more striking for American consumers, right? They don't shy away from things like violence, nudity, and sex. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is USA Today, right? Talking about suppliers of Japanese animation, best known for hardcore depictions of sex and violence. Now, this one is 1995. So it's about 4 years after anime started to be, distributed in both through mainstream distribution. The opinion of the American media, retailers, right? Here is one of the leading video report newsletters of the time. This was back in the 90s, early 90s. Anime features sex, violence, and profanity in a post-apocalyptic world. Not your ordinary Saturday morning TV fare. We basically, I remember after the BSDA, we went to the Baker & Taylor big convention. And that was the wholesaler, Baker & Taylor, which had hundreds of its independent wholesalers there. And we showed like a 5-minute clip of Dominion. And some people were tremendously offended that we would dare show that porno smut in a public forum.
Okay, so wait. So Dominion Tank, hang on. What was Dominion? When he said it was the 90s, right? When he showed it. Dominion Tank was what? 88. 88. No, not, yeah, 88. And then the new Dominion Tank Police in 93. So this is still right around the whole puritanical, the Puritans of the late of the 80s and 90s a little bit, because of the whole satanic panic stuff. Now, I don't know how long the satanic panic lasted, but I know it's right around there, around that time frame. So it may have started probably dying out around, I get, what was it, in the 90s? I can't remember. I'm still kind of invested. I'm just not paying attention to the timeline is just so, there's so much going on in the timeline with the first phase, the second phase, and the third phase. It's crazy to think that, yeah, I lived during, most of us here have lived during the third phase actually of it. So what phase would this technically be right now? Would this be the fourth or fifth phase? It's probably the fifth phase, wouldn't it be? Because third phase was from 90 something to 2000. So yeah, fourth phase would be from 2000 to nearly 2010, I guess. Yeah, probably. But yeah, just the crazy stuff like all this porno smut stuff. It sounds exactly what they would say nowadays. It's just things these guys have not, they haven't changed, but they have altered their little planning, their little schemes and stuff. So, oh gosh, they're annoying, dude. They're so annoying. They can't create. They can't.
I take it this was the striptease early in the first episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
I remember that.
I knew what you were doing.
I can't forget about that.
So you played into this.
Well, what they say, when God deals you lemons, make lemonade. You have two choices. Try to educate people who do not wish to become educated. I'm sure you've heard Mark Twain's famous line, never try to teach a pig to sing. There's two reasons. One, you're unlikely to be successful. And two, you will annoy the pig, right? So that's what talking to American media is like. They have their own narrative.
Yep.
They will present their narrative in spite of whatever facts you may wish to bring to their attention. But when you look at that and you go frame by frame, there's no, a little pop of nudity.
There's not even any nipple in that scene.
I don't think so.
No, there's none.
People would look at this kind of a picture and say, oh, that's porno, huh? And I say, look me in the eye, point out something in that picture that is pornographic?
No, nothing.
Well, it just,
It just looks like high top action.
I'm new here. Like, tell me what? Well, then you realize there's certain brain synapses that are not working properly, right?
Right.
Like, well, look at that. Yeah, a girl is in a bathing suit, a bikini with a tank top.
Yeah, and you guys were showing that in MASH and stuff back in the 80s and all that. Hell, what's that one show with the surfer with the surfers and all that? I know there's a couple of them, but even then, it's like, dude, for real, be serious.
Yeah.
They just didn't have that line with cartoons.
Now, that is a great lead-in. Let's talk about why.
Yeah.
Why is that? Let's look at the history of cartoons, of comic books and cartoons in America.
This is interesting stuff, but it's a little bit of a diversion. So we'll put this part of the discussion on our website, just for our supporters.
We have a series of products in America which have been the whipping boys for outrage as to what the youth of today are doing.
Most of the other anime companies
We're fanboys.
Exactly.
We had to educate the retailers that no, anime is not porno.
Right.
Get that out of your mind.
Anyway.
So, so we played into it.
What's interesting is your friends across the pond in Manga Video came to the same conclusion, to the point where they would punch up their dubs to get a higher age rating from the BBFC.
Correct.
So it became fairly clear early on that, like, if you could attract the teenage edgelords, the kids who wanted something that would piss off their parents,
age rating,
there was
just
stupid. Quite a lucrative, not an audience of pre-existing anime fans, but an audience of people that would be open to it.
Well, look at it from this point of view. We're in 1990, 1991.
Sure.
Okay.
Second phase.
There is no anime market. The analog to the anime market was the comic book world.
Right.
Okay. Where did anime first pop up? Comic book conventions, right? Comic book fans. Okay. That's where it began. Who were those people in 1990, 1991? 90% male.
Yes.
90% over the age of 18.
Yep.
Right? Almost all college kids. And as we like to joke at things like the anime conventions, right? As we'd watch hundreds of people walk by, we would say, did you see anybody walk by today that looked like they were the captain of the high school football team? No. Did you see anybody walk by today that looked like they were the captain of the chess club, the debate club, the physics club, the chemistry club, right? The computer science club? Yeah, quite a few of them.
Yep.
They didn't focus on their physical characteristics so much as their mental attributes.
Right.
They tended to be very smart, right? They tend to be very intellectually curious, adventuresome, and they were willing to try new things. And they were in their own little world. They communicate with other people in their world. And that was the target market for us, because that was the only market. So, of course, we would start off with things like your favorite dog soldier.
Right.
Right. So one of the things that one of the early programs that became my favorite, as you can probably tell from the fact that I have a lot of merchandise here. Project ACO. Why ACO? I think those are the questions you want to ask me. Well, I happened, as I got this out of the archives, to realize that I already wrote a whole page introduction to why ACO.
It literally says why ACO. That is the headline.
Why ACO?
Yeah.
Dallas Museum of Art. Quote, one of the single greatest exemplars of the creative explosion in anime in the last 2 decades is Project ACO. Joe Bob Briggs. Let me remember Joe Bob Briggs.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Latest Hooters and Twisted Metal cartoon from Yokohama is Project ACO. Star of a bubblehead 17-year-old in all-girl high school is so cute and giggly that 2 girls start fighting over her. Sure, it's cartoons, but male hormones will respond to anything, right? My kind of cartoon, 4-star. Joe Bob says, check it out. And America, Diamond Princess. I mean, just one good review after another. Now, what's interesting about this is it spawned Ben Dunn's Empire.
Right.
Right? Ninja High School. Right? But it is a parody of other anime. It's got its own story, its own characters, but throughout the entire ACO series, it's making fun of the other anime. being produced in Japan.
Yes.
So it operates on a meta level, right? It's not just an anime. It's a very self-conscious, ironic look at anime. So there's endless layers for people who are into anime to say, wait a minute, that reminds me of this. That reminds me of that. That's an homage to this.
Right.
That's a call out to that. Right. And you can see her panties. There you go. It's called fan service.
Yes.
So this is actually, I saw that picture and I thought that will make a great cover. It will make a great, poster. It's got everything. So this was one of our earlier releases.
It's your second one, I believe.
We did beta, VHS, DVDs. We did Laserdisc, courtesy of Justin Loneliness.
Yep.
Right. We spun it off into role-playing games. We had all kinds of CD-ROM projects. We had the original soundtrack. We released that. We released Anime Hyper Guide. Right. Now you say, what is an Anime Hyper Guide? What you see on the internet today, 30 years ago, was magic, and people couldn't believe that you could actually have a picture on your computer, and if you clicked it, it would take you to something else that might explain what the picture was. We hired Ben Dunn to help us do our comic book series because he'd done such a great job with Ninja High School, and we turned that into a series of comic books, and that helped launch our manga publishing side, our print publishing side.
Right.
So I think it was 94, 95. We went into the manga side of things. I crack up. For 10 years, we tried to sponsor anime film showings at Japan Society, and they absolutely refused.
Why do you suppose that is?
That would be a very good example of how Japan, as a country, completely failed to understand the significance of its software and soft power, right, to the rest of the world.
The stuff that we were releasing here, what was that to them? How did they regard it?
Low class. Right? You have Johin, you have Geihin. Johin would be your sumimae artwork, your shobu, your wonderful screens, right? Ironically, it would be the woodblock prints, the ukiyo-e, which 200 years ago were Geihin low class crap for the commoners, because aristocrats would never have that in their house. The attitude could be summarized by what every American mother told their kids in the 50s and 60s growing up reading comic books. That stuff will rot your brain. Very famous article of Japan's Cool Japan, soft power. Yeah, we in the anime business, manga business, we're basically trying to communicate that to Japan Inc., if you will, for 20 years before the article finally came out in Foreign Policy magazine.
Yep.
And then they said, oh, gosh, cool power, right? Cool Japan.
Right.
Let's spend a lot of government money, taxpayer money. Let's piss it away on really stupid things by giving it to bureaucrats who have no clue, salarymen who have no clue whatsoever. Yeah, so it was one step at a time, one store at a time, one distributor at a time, one sales presentation after another. And luckily, the numbers started to work in the sense that we say, guys, how are your sales this year compared to last year? Oh, they're up. Good. They're up 50%, 100%. Oh, yeah, they're 200%. Any other genres that have that kind of growth? No. Do you think you might want to invest more in this category? Oh, yeah, I never thought of that.
Perfect. Especially on the business standpoint. That's the reason why one of the reasons why I'm teaching myself Japanese. It's not it's not because of anime. Not in a sense that people think you just want to watch anime or read it, and it's true. Yes, that'd be cool and everything, but it's more of the business sense where this guy has Mr. O'Donnell has a great mindset with the whole business aspect of, look, we're pioneers in importing this stuff over to America, and it also shows you just how much the Japanese government, not just Japanese, but just Japan was kind of behind. It's because they're so stuck. They're even then to now they're still stuck in their ways about some things, and it's dude, it's not. They're stuck in the 80s and 90s decade, basically, with some of their systems, with their functionality, and they're paying for it. We're also in America. We're also paying for some of these things too for what we've done. Well, sorry, for what people in leadership and power have done 20 years ago, and maybe even more than that, to be honest. And it's just like he says the right thing. It's like, instead of this going to here and here, you're giving the people, bureaucrats, who have no clue what this thing or these things are, and yet you think they're going to make a good decision on how to take full advantage of it. It's like you can relate this to the localizers. Well, with Japan, and the localizers, and it's just like, look, why don't you just? And I'm pretty sure they already have something up right now where get rid of the middleman as much as you can, or limit the middleman as much as you can, and just try to have that direct source of um from the actual company to the customer. That makes a lot of sense right there. I mean, I love the business side of it. I do. I think that stuff is really cool, and it gives me hope to keep pursuing what I want to do, and just pitch it to not only just in America but also in Japan as well. So there's just a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, my niche market is for a mature audience, and I don't really shy away with some things. I'm not really gonna end it here. Not right now. We still got a little bit of time, to be honest. But I just, what do you guys think about that? That was pretty cool, huh? That was really cool. We can go to the second episode. If you guys want to see that second episode, actually, I want to, or you want to say the second episode for next Saturday? You think guys want to say the second episode for next Saturday? Because I think that'd be a good idea, actually. I think that'd be really good. I want to go to. Oh man. Let's see. Let's check out my history with this. See what else we can pull for the history from this thing. I think we should definitely save that for next Saturday. Actually, I'm about to peace out. So if it's not for next Saturday, I'll just watch the VOD. Yeah, no, I think we'll just do it for next Saturday. I think that'd be a good way to come back. Have a good reason for me to come back to Saturday, stream on Saturday. I mean, and just do this again. I mean, it's great. Honestly, thank you guys for being here again. I'm not ending it yet, but this definitely is fun though. Maybe I should get back into live streaming again. Uh, hmm. Let's see what we got. How was your guys' week? I forgot to totally ask you guys about that. How was your week? Mine was okay. Mine was as in like, yeah, it was infuriating a little bit, dealing with work and still, recovering from sickness. This, I swear, dude, I'm just ready. I'm ready to find new opportunities. I'm ready for it, man. I'm like that fish about the transform into the dragon. With that, I forgot what that Japanese legend is called, but that's how I feel about things. I feel like the fish is about ready to turn to a dragon. It's ready to breach the water. I can't. It's just, I'm so ready. I'm pumped. I actually started watching Rama 1.5, or Rama half, however you pronounce it. Today, 3 episodes in, and I love it. I'm watching the classic Rama, so of course nothing's censored, and I'm just like, oh, it's actually very it's classic. It's just a classic, and I'm resuming Inuyasha as well. So you got the 80s and 90s anime right there. It's perfect, dude. It's definitely just I But gotta say, more of a 2000s. I've always been a 2000s type. I mean, obviously, I grew up in the 2000s, so of course, I'm gonna be more nostalgic for that. But I appreciate the 90s, 80s anime. They got some really good stuff there. I mean, obviously, Berserk, 90s anime right there. Berserk 97, but it started in the 80s though. The manga, it's just interesting how this stuff is generational. How generational it is, and that pertains going. Oh, here we go, tying it back to Jim Lee and DC Comics. This is what the new stuff in DC Comics is lacking. That maybe I talked about it a little bit. It's lacking that generational crossover. That's so important, dude. I hope I make stuff that's like as cool as that. I mean, I wouldn't say it has to be important, but at least it's cool to the degree, like, like, oh wow, generation this generation was reading my stuff or watching my stuff. Now this generation's doing. It's just showing you, it just shows you how long lasting this thing, this like how art can be. It's really cool. Uh, well, see what you guys are saying. I got the first four double volumes. I should be getting the fifth soon. Okay. All right, man. I see you. I see you. Early 2000s kid here too, and I loved watching older stuff, especially anime, thanks to my father being that type as well and not wanting me to watch the kids' stuff at the time. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just found that out. I found that stuff out by myself. I didn't have no one really. I found it. I found it. I used to watch it. I just thought it was cartoons though. Like, I mean, technically it is cartoons, but it's just Japanese. But I stopped. I stopped and I picked it back up back in the early 2010s because this girl named Gabby. Shout out to Gabby. Gabby got me back into anime and was talking about Soul Eater. And then I watched the entirety of Soul Eater on Netflix back when it was on it, and I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. And then one day I was flipping. This is where we get into the more infamous territory of how I came to be. And one day I was flipping through Direct TV, and I saw that there was an anime network. I'm like, oh, there's an anime network. Well, and I was watching D Grayman. That's how I came to watch. Came to know D Grayman. I like D Grayman. I love it actually. And then, of course, High School of the Dead. High School of the Dead was on there, and boy, oh boy, did that awaken something in me. I was really thinking like, what? They do this? They could show this? My father was the comic nerd with anime and games that are messed up half the time, and my mother let me grow up playing Twisted Metal, even played it in the hospital while she was pregnant with me. Dude, you're a certified gamer, just like me. And probably everyone else in here. I didn't realize your mom was that much. I didn't realize your mom was such a gamer. I didn't realize that. My mom, I mean, honestly, my mom, she played games, but she wasn't into it like she's not into it like how your mom is. It's very interesting to know. Huh. I'm trying to find something cool. Oh, not even cool, but something I believe is just that could just pertain to the stuff that we, that's in our sphere. And I'll be honest, it's most of the stuff I've been watching has just been nothing but like life and finance stuff. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. I mean, obviously, you guys know who Young Ripper is or the Ripperverse, and if you don't, it's just a guy who has a comic book. I wouldn't say just a guy. That's kind of disrespectful of me. It's not just a guy. This guy was actually this man is took a, let's just say he took a risk and it paid off very well. And I'm glad that his comic book company is going strong. And I mean, do want to talk about opportunities, man. I've been I've been with it since before, so I'm just glad that I've seen something before. I've been there from the start in a way. uh, see, Flame Claw says, yeah, she still plays games, but she isn't good at them. She still likes playing PS2 games. Reason she got a Steam Deck and plays a lot of kid-friendly stuff. Oh yes, yes. How they let's just say she's yeah. She could stay in that territory. Because there are some things that are just people are not ready for. All right, so check this out, you guys. I'm actually gonna get involved in this too a little bit because again, it deals with, look at the title, How to Build a Creative Business the Reverse Way. Now, it's not gonna work for me. Everything's not by the book we do. It's just not how it works. We got our own little grooves here and there, but again, I'm into business, I'm into finances and stuff. So this, and of course, creativity is top. So gotta make something work, man.
I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of Rippaverse Publishing, and I'm excited to announce something brand new for us, our first ever text-based book, How to Build a Creative Business the Rippaverse Way. This is a project I've wanted to do for a while. I've been working on it. There are plenty of books out there about how to write comics or how to draw, but there's almost nothing on the business side, especially for independents. How do you actually make money doing this? How do you price your work, handle fulfillment, build an audience, and scale without losing control? That's what this book is all about. Now, it's framed around comics because that's my experience, of course, with the Rippaverse. But the principles here apply far beyond comics, whether you're an artist, a writer, a musician, or any kind of independent creator trying to build something real. This is also our first book with a digital option, so you'll be able to grab it from us however works best for you. We're entering new territory with this one, and it may be the first of many. If you've ever wanted to turn your creative passion into a legitimate business, this book was written for you. You can pre-order it now at rippaverse.com.
I'm just letting you guys know what's up. I'm not endorsed by Rippaverse. I wish I was, but being paid by. I'm just. I'm sorry. I'm just, dude. It's honestly, this stuff is so cool. I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't bought his comics, and I'm not saying they're like bad or anything, but this is more up my alley right here. This stuff right here, where you, again, going back to the idea I had with the financial books with the anime characters and stuff. That's more up my alley. Something like this. So it's cool. I mean, this is just. I'm really interested in just reading stuff like this. This isn't my first time even like buying a book like that. I've done that with Starfish Face. Oh, speaking of Starfish Face, you guys actually might like her stuff. She deals with comics, and she's an indie. She's indie comics too, so she has a lot of experience with things, and definitely helped me with my first experiences with being an artist alley or in my conventions and everything. So she's definitely been a great help. Should actually turn some stuff on about that. Hell, phone call says, hell, my stepfather is the same, but he loves classic Tomb Raider and Evil Within. Yeah, speaking of classic Tomb Raider, I am on the first game still, and I need to make progress with that. And also, he loves classic Killer Instinct. Yep, that's some good stuff too. Okay, Starfish Face. Uh-oh. Oh, the Starfish Face. I believe Neff found her found her stuff and sent her videos over to me, and I just I bought a digital book of hers about like comic, how to make comics and stuff like that. And it's always a good thing to revisit too, because it's so good. It's great. Just, hey, this is a professional who's been in this sphere for a long time. She knows what she's talking about. I mean, obviously it shows, and just wanted to check out something. Maybe we could watch. Maybe this would be our last video to watch together. If my computer could stop acting stupid, that would be nice. So this is her type of content. For those of you who are new to this, Starfish Face is pretty cool, in my opinion, and I think she's just great. Or we could check out the popular. Oh, my weirdest. No, thank you. Heck, let's do this. 50 more tips for Artist Alley. Let me see if I can stop sharing. Maybe that would help. Okay, here we go. All right. Hopefully we don't get hit by anything.
Love them. They're great ways to show appreciation for the things you love and meet other people who love the same stuff. For artists, conventions are great because of Artist Alley, a place where we can sell our wares to an audience that may not have even known about us otherwise. And as someone who's been doing Artist Alley at conventions for several years, I want to help teach y'all some do's and don'ts to make your experience in the Artist Alley better. This is part 2 of my Artist Alley series. In the first part, we mostly covered preparing for the Artist Alley, and in this one, we'll be focusing more on how to navigate the actual events. You don't need to watch the other video first, but I'll have a link for it in the description if you want to check it out as well. But before we dive in, let's do Hey Star, What You Drawin'? The art in the background is the art for a new Expedition 33 sticker sheet I recently completed. When this video goes up, they should be live on my store, so if you want to snag one, check the link in the description. Okay, enough stalling. Here's 50 more tips for Artist Alley. So, you've gotten into an event, you've made your products, you've got your display prepared, but now you gotta sell stuff? Let's talk about money. Once you have products to sell, you're probably wondering how much you should sell them for. A general rule of thumb is to take the cost of production, i.e. cost of materials or manufacturing, plus shipping, and multiply it by 3, and that's the absolute lowest you should sell it at. As an example, if I order a batch of stickers from a sticker company and each sticker costs $1 to print and ship, I shouldn't sell that sticker for any less than $3. In addition to this, researching how much other artists are selling similar goods at is valuable market research. If you price your goods significantly higher than others do, it might hurt your sales, but if you severely undercut the prices of other vendors, you're not only hurting your own potential profits, you also risk pissing off your neighbors and other vendors. I'm not saying your pricing should be completely at the mercy of others, just pricing an 11 by 17 print at $5 when everyone else is selling them at $20 is kind of a bad look. I encourage having a variety of price points at your table. If someone doesn't have a lot of cash but still wants to buy something, they'll probably still be willing to part with a few bucks for a small print or sticker. On the flip side, someone who loves your work and has money to spend might be tempted to go for something more expensive if you have it. It's a good idea to have some easy, accessible goods alongside more expensive items for those big spenders. Now, your prices for individual items are important, but for in-person events, bundle pricing is also a really good idea. I.e., folks can buy 1 keychain for $15 or 3 for $35. This is the deal I've done for a few years, and it generally works pretty well. If someone just wants 1 keychain, they'll buy that one and be done. But if someone wants 2 keychains, I'll usually say, just so you know, we do have buy 3 for $35. If there was a 3rd keychain you wanted, you can get it for just $5. And a lot of times that's cheap enough that they'll pick out a 3rd for themselves, or ask their friend if they want one, or we'll grab one for someone else as a gift. I have some kind of bundle deal for pretty much everything at my table, either buy 2 get 1 at a discount, buy 2 get 1 free, etc. Bundles are a great way to encourage larger sales. Just don't pressure anyone into going for a bundle deal. I just casually bring it up if someone is already close to the requirements, and about 50% of the time they go for it. When selling at conventions, I recommend taking both card and cash payments.
I didn't do that. I didn't do the card. I thought about doing the card, but I figured I wanted to just try to experience like just selling. Oh crap. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. That wasn't too bad. But sorry, got distracted. But Flaming Claw definitely helped me with my first selling at the first convention. And you know, that was a cool experience. That was just really awesome. I didn't maybe next time I'll focus on card, but honestly, if I do that, I'm more than likely gonna probably do make another account, and it'd be for business because you know with cash, you can't really track cash. But hey, I actually sold all my books, and there was this one girl who actually tried to take one of the pictures I printed out because she was thirsty for Genesis. She was definitely thirsty for him, and I'm just like, hey, I need that. I need to keep that. But it gave me an idea. Obviously, make more copies of the drawings and and sell them. So hey, it's a good idea. Oh, here we go. If you open an account with Square, they send you a card scanner and you connect it to your phone. Yeah. I was doing. Yep, I was looking into Square. Yep, I did look into Square, and honestly, and there was no reason why I didn't do it is because it was I was trying to get books together and everything, and by that I already spent a little bit. I didn't want to spend too much, and I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't know if I was gonna sell a lot or sell all my stuff. But honestly, that was really good. That was a really good convention. Hopefully, I get accepted next time if I do decide to do so. But you gotta figure I spent what $300 for a table. I spent $300 for a table, and I actually got a table for free. Because they had enough left over for people, and they're like, "Hey, look, here's a second table." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, man." So that worked out pretty well, and I think I made a good connection with the people who ran the convention. This was the first. It was the first time the convention actually came my way. So when it comes back, I mean, I already had alerts about it coming back this year before the end of 2025, and I was just like, dude, I could actually go ahead and sign up for that right now, but I don't want to. I'm really am thinking about. I'm not nervous. I'm just like, hey, look, I don't know. I'm just want to get these two. I want to focus on these two books. I want to focus on these two books, and I don't want to sell myself short. I'm trying to balance it, but I don't think I'll be a seller this year. Just because, again, I want to focus on getting those two books made and have them released this year. I'll probably be at the convention as a guest though, and just talk to the people again, like, hey, yeah, you remember me? So and see if the old faces I knew from the previous time are going to be there. I hope so. They were cool people. They honestly were all cool people. That was a really good convention. I saw some old faces from previous conventions too, that they were congratulating me for being a seller for the first time. My first time being a seller or a vendor, really. And dude, I mean, that was so great. I even saw some friends there that I haven't seen in years since I was in college, and I'm just like, whoa, hey, I remember this guy. So it was really good. That was a positive experience right there. I remember that. Glad I helped since it was fun chatting with others, becoming the community relief. And oh yeah, you definitely were selling that You really were a big help, man. You definitely were. All right.
Cash is easy. You literally just exchange bills for goods. But I always recommend starting every event with small bills so you can make change for customers.
And I didn't have that too. Luckily, I'm glad that I didn't have change. I mean, I didn't have to give out change. I'm so glad I didn't. And I'm glad that I actually thought like, hey, look, $20 is an even number. And, I think, and it's a really good price for getting a physical book. And I actually offered to sign some, I'm sorry, not some, but I offered to sign just to, give it more of that value and everything. And some people were like, yeah, sure. Or no, it's okay. I was like, okay, all right, that's cool. So I didn't really want to upcharge people for a signature. I just said, hey, look, I'm throwing in the signature just because, thanks for actually investing into this book and everything. Because good times.
My method is to bring about $200 in small bills for every event.
Oh, and that's another thing too. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. No, I did bring change. Yeah, I brought change. I remember. No, I'm totally sorry. That was a whole entire lie. I remember. Yep, I did bring change. I just didn't have to use that change. Good. I mean, next time when I'm able to do it, I'll definitely be ready. I'll have a lot more variety than just one book. I at least would like to have three books, which it would definitely be Gods and Goddesses focus. More than likely would be Gods and Goddesses focus. So, yeah.
420s, 610s, 85s, and 21s is a pretty good spread, and it hasn't steered me wrong yet. If you don't want to have to go to the bank before every convention to get small bills, I like to just take that much out of my cash earnings after each event and stash it away for my next one. Saves a little bit of time. Purely for the ease of pricing, I like to stick towards denomination of $5 for my prices. 5s and 10s are nice, easy, round numbers, and it'll keep you from having to deal with ones too much. Also, don't bother pricing your stuff with coins. Coins are evil and heavy and annoying.
Yeah,
Whole dollar values only. Do not deal with coins. It is not worth it. Now, cash is simple, but how do you take cards? There's a few options for point-of-sale devices, but the one preferred by most artists is Square. Basically, you make an account, connect it to your bank, and it lets you take card payments via your phone. You can get the basic little dongle that connects to your phone for free on their website, but if you're going to be doing cons a lot, I recommend investing in something a little more high-tech. They also have a chip reader, which is about $60 at the time of recording, and this lets you take tap to pay, which is getting increasingly more prevalent. I have a lot of people paying on their phones at these cons.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be really fancy, I invested in the Square terminal a few years ago, and I love it. Letting customers go through the transaction on their own on the little device screen while I pack up their orders is really convenient, and it means no one has to touch my phone. However, this one's more pricey, so I definitely say you don't need one right away. Start basic and work your way up.
I thought about getting that.
Lastly, while how you do this will vary depending on where you live, it's important to keep track of your expenses, how much you're spending on the table, travel, making your products, etc., because you can write these off as business expenses on your taxes, and it'll mean you have to pay less when filing. This is a deep hole that I'm not qualified to give too much advice on, other than to talk to other vendors from your area and also an accountant. Hashtag not financial advice. Additionally, you'll also need to collect and file sales tax depending on where the convention is. Most cons I've been to, this is just a form you fill out and mail in with a check after the show is over, but it varies depending on location. Most cons will tell you in whatever welcome packet they send out before the show, so make sure you're following the guidelines. Don't accidentally commit tax evasion.
Yeah, I looked into that one too. For me, luckily didn't have just literally just show up and be responsible. That's all. It didn't really have all that high end stuff or anything because it was his first time being down there. That's why, in my area, I mean.
If you're worried about charging taxes, most point-of-sale devices like Square will let you program sales tax to be applied at checkout. Alternatively, you can just factor taxes into your actual prices. How you do that is up to you. I've seen both. Okay, we've gotten all the prep work out of the way. It's time to get everything to the convention. So let's discuss packing and storage. Real quick, I'm going to run down a rapid-fire list of how I transport my goods. There are other methods, certainly, but this is how I do it. Stickers go in my sticker binder. If they're smaller than a trading card, you can use trading card sleeves like this, and for larger stickers, I get these pages with larger sleeves. These are usually advertised for stuff like seed packets. I also like to label each sleeve to keep things organized. Getting a binder that zips shut is really important if you do this way, because that way if you accidentally hold the binder upside down, all your stickers won't fall out. For pins, I use these craft organizers. I think I got these at Michael's. They have these little cubbies for each pin, and the sides can be removed to make larger compartments if you need. I like to label my compartments so I know which pin design is where, and it's consistent for every show I go to. For sticker sheets and small prints, I use this tiny file box I got from an office store. You can label the divider so you don't have to search too hard to find things. For large prints, I have this jumbo paper print organizer thingy. It fits 11 by 17.
Sorry. The contactless reader is a good one to use, as a recent contactless card is becoming more the norms. That's the reason why I really was gonna. I came very close to buying that square card reader. I came very close, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna complicate things. Let me get my materials first, as much as I can, and then we'll see. And when I sold out my books, I was like, okay, yeah, all right. Guess I will do it eventually. So, yeah. Oh man, it's 5 minutes. All right, so I guess we'll just close this out then. This was a good stream though. Very good stream. About to be almost 3 hours long. And thanks for coming by. I didn't really plan for it to be. Well, I mean, this wasn't really long, to be honest. This was decent. Very, very reasonable. I already had it back in my mind, like, hey, I'm only gonna stay up all the way to like 12, and it's already nearly midnight. So 9 to 12, I think that's a pretty good deal right there for Saturday night streams. Early enough for people, and late enough just for those just coming around like 10 or 11. So I think that's all right. I think that's cool. I don't really got much to say. All right, then. Thanks for being here, and I'm pretty sure people are gonna be catching the replay and hear my unhinged rants and seeing whatever crazy stuff I usually talk about or show. Like this guy is just, well, I don't know. There's crazier people out there than me. So, pretty good stream to me. Seems like you're wanting to pass out though. No, I'm not wanting to pass out. I'm actually wanting to get back to my. I'm actually wanting to get back to like studying my different ways for a retirement account, and using ETFs. So Roth IRA crap and all. So that's literally what I was working on before I started streaming. So I got as far up to like the second ETF, and I'm also using AI to like help me like research that stuff too, to make sure that things are accurate, and of course using my own eyes, because I'm using the web browser and apps too as well. So I just want to make sure that I'm up to date. I was watching the video. I'll get back to that same financial video, because that video I was watching for all that stuff was back in like 2022 or 2023, somewhere around that time period. And obviously there could be a lot of outdated information, especially when it comes to the listing prices of those ETFs. And of course the the cap for the Roth IRA account has definitely gone up, and it's going up again this year, which is good. So it's the stuff I love. It's stuff I love to research and look into, and because it's the way I love money. I love money. I'm not to the point where I shouldn't even say love money. I can't really say I love money, but I respect it. I respect the profit of of everything, especially with money. You got to have a you just there's a reason why I'm doing this, because it's good to be a creative who has a mind for business as well. Not like trying to scam people or anything like that, but more of like, hey, look, like what we watched with Mr. O'Donnell. He was definitely definitely a businessman, but he also was a creative in that field, and he had a lot of respect for it. That's he had a respect for that audience. So hey, it goes to show you that those two things can coexist. And what we just saw with Young Rippa with his Rippaverse book about like how to make comics and stuff, the Rippaverse way, that's a great way of doing things too. I it's just I've always talked about this, and I don't think I will ever stop, but I think a lot of creators gotta stop doing that pretending when it comes to money. I think some creators feel guilty when they ask for money and stuff and I don't mean like begging. I mean like they put out a product and they're basically like, hey, please support Patreon or whatever. I think they feel guilty. I don't really want it. I was in that boat a little bit, but I don't feel guilty because one, I'm not in people's faces trying to say, oh, hey, bye, like a salesman. It's not even being, and that's not even being a salesman. That's just being a nuisance, by the way. That's just being a nuisance of, oh yeah, come buy this, come buy this. But no, it's more of like, look here. I'm not gonna say I love you, but I'm gonna say I will respect you though, and that's truth. I don't, and that's okay. I'm not saying like, oh, just no. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say like the whole love you thing, like, oh, just no. There's gonna be a respect between you and me. There is, hands down. The moment I stop respecting you, guess what? Guess what's gonna happen? You have every right to drop me like a bad habit and go find someone who's better and who would actually treat you with respect as a customer. It's stuff like that. It's simple as that. I will never feel bad for, hey, here's my product. I hope you love the product. I made this with you in mind. I'm not, I'm not an expert professional with stuff, but you could definitely see the passion, and I put the time and effort into it. It's stuff. That's why I have these illustrations. That's why I do this stuff with my books, with the illustrations and things, because I love when books have pictures in them as well, where you could see the characters and what they're doing, or it's just the stuff I grew up with that I like, and that I'm repeating it because I know there's people out there that like that stuff as well. I mean, that's where it all starts. The niche is right there. Just gotta capitalize on it. The people who try to make it seem like, oh, let's say like, oh, it's all about the money. Yeah, in a way it is. It is about the money. Because guess what? If I'm not making a profit off of it, or if I'm not seeing, or I'm not being back, financially or being funded by it, well, something's wrong. Something that tells me that, hey, nobody likes this. Nobody likes this to the point where they actually want to buy it. That's a good measure of basically laissez-faire and being a capitalist. It's just, hey, you have the freedom to succeed. I mean, you have the freedom to try, you have the freedom to succeed, and the freedom to fail and learn. I will never apologize for that. Again, I'm not scamming people. I can see, if I'm pulling like some crazy stuff, and no, the stuff is already made. That's how I like to operate. I don't really like to operate at a point, and I'll even say this. Even if I do operate at a point where like, oh, I don't have everything, you be damn sure though to see that, hey, he actually has, a lot of things up and about though that backs up his claims that, this is, a certain percentage of it done. I'm not going to show like one or two things, maybe three. No, I'm going to show like a lot of stuff just because, again, got to have that respect and got to have that trust. That's very essential. And I know what I'm saying is nothing new. There's nothing new about that at all. But it goes a long way to the point where it can last for a decade or more. No matter how the market changes. As long as you have that core value and that core audience, and there will be new people who will stumble upon those works and will be willing to, hey, look, I saw this guy's stuff. He's been doing this for, I don't know, 14, 15 years, something like that. And, he got a lot of things. I love it. He has this whole catalog. Let me go support this guy. I'm in it for the long term. Everything about me is about the long term. It's not really about the short term. And if it is short term, maybe, and just maybe, it was planned to be short term, in which I would say, hey, look, I'm not really expecting this to last like years. It might, and I don't like multiple years, but maybe 1 or 2 years at least, at maximum right there, 1 or 2 years. Even then, it's just transparency, truth, and respect, man. I believe are the core values of just building an audience and retaining them. Sure, I like making sexy female characters. It's not just female characters, male characters as well. And that's just me. That's just how I'm like. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna pretend that like, oh, it's not all about the money. That's dumb. That's stupid. That's me being fake to you guys. It definitely will help though, with the funding. It definitely will. But I'm not at that point. I had a few. I tried a few times and I failed, but I've learned. I'm learning from it. That's why I'm taking this stuff seriously. That's why I'm putting out these polls. Hey, which version of Zensekiel do you like? Do you like the original version or do you like the rework version? You guys like the rework version. You guys like the original too, but majority says reworked. Do you guys want to see more? Do you guys want to hear more audios of Gehenna and Zanzakia? Majority of you guys said yes. It's testing. It's testing, man. I'm testing out stuff, doing this stuff because it is a passion project. But I also am doing this for a financial gain as well. And it's not about me like, oh, quitting a 9 to 5. I think that's a lot of bullshit too, to be honest. Oh, I'm gonna quit. I'm able to quit the 9 to 5. No. As for me, I don't want to quit the 9 to 5 because I have a goal. I have goals, not just a goal. Goals to where, hey, look, let me do this. Let me fund. I have a reliable source of income while also, you guys are my source of income as well. Therefore, I'm able to do a lot more in return. That makes a lot more sense than just having just one stream of income. Some people, and I'm not knocking people who do that. As in like just, quit the 9 to 5 and do, I know, look, whatever works best for them. But what works best for me is that I like to have different types of multiple incomes. Therefore, I can stay ahead on things. And of course, you never know what is something crazy might happen. So, and I want to be prepared for that. If there's anything I really hate is for progress to be stalled on my on my projects. But and I mean like as in it can be totally. I'm just losing my wording right now. It's totally avoidable. If it was totally avoidable, that's where I get get a little angry. Now, if it wasn't avoidable and things were out of control, I understand. Things just happen in life. But when it comes to my audience being affected, that's gonna piss me off. Is the customer? I'm not saying the customer is always right, but in my world, the customer gets what they want most of the time. They get what they expect from me. That's how it should be. But some people, some companies, some individuals, they don't get that memo for some reason. I don't understand. I don't understand how they even get to that that mindset. I really don't. Ari. Though right now watching YouTube eating food and this is from Flame Call. Though right now you're watching YouTube eating food and hell might play Dying Light thanks to you talking about it yesterday. Yeah, Dying Light Dying Light's so good. I never beat it, but I love it. I told you since the beginning that you succeed by the passion you put into it. Since the beginning of this, I told you that, and that hasn't changed. And you haven't. I'm sorry, you have succeeded where others quit sooner. I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I haven't. I don't really see not saying I'm not. I don't see myself, but I haven't succeeded yet. In my opinion, I have not succeeded yet. Yeah, I acknowledge those achievements I made. Made the first book after took me 4 years, and that's because that was the artwork with different artists, and I've learned from that why. Hey, look, that took me a long time to get that book out, and I could have been had that book out probably like 2023, to be honest. But I wanted to, I wanted to do it a certain way. I did, and I learned from it, and that was a big book. And that was a big book. That was nearly 600 pages right there. I wrote 3 pages a day, and maybe a little bit more sometime on some days. And now I'm on a roll where I'm writing 4 books now. I'm writing 4 books. I'm working on editing 2, and then I'm writing the other 2 for next year. And I look forward to them. Now, it's just about balancing. I'm not trying to rush it or anything. But it's just it's kind of crazy to think that I really shot up to that value. And I rewrote and I entirely rewrote a book and turned it into 2 because it made more sense, in my opinion, that I turn into 2 books. Flame Call says, the thing is that to fully succeed is a goal to constantly chase. If you succeeded, then what's left? You have to keep chasing a dream to keep the excitement and passion for it alive to achieve higher. Well, that's why I try to, I wouldn't say compartmentalize, but more of trying to make sure that I switch over to things that keep me interested, and therefore I don't burn myself out. Now, it has happened multiple times where I have burned myself out, but I would like to think I'm getting better at that. It's just people don't see, and it's true, people don't see all the work that you put in, except for those who are really in the know, in the trenches, like how you are. Flaming Claw, Neff as well. Neff is in the trenches. Neff's been in the trenches with me since winter of 2022, 2023. You guys seen the majority of it. No, hell, I say you guys been there basically from the start in a way. People, they don't they don't see the struggles you go through. The, the I want to curse, but I'm trying not to. They don't see just the battles you wage within yourself. It's more of an internal than the external. I know some people will try to say like, oh, it happens where people are like, oh yeah, whatever, you can't do this or whatever. It's not external. It's really not the external that gets to you. Not really. It's the internal. It's the self doubt. And I didn't really have a self doubt. I don't think I have a self doubt when it comes to my stuff. Maybe I have a better understanding of my potential because I've been writing since I was a kid. But no, I'm sorry, I take that back. I did have a self doubt when it came to the business aspect of things. And, I'm not that great with math. I wouldn't say I'm terrible at it. I know how to, do addition, subtraction, a little bit of division and, multiplication, the simplistics of it. But I mean, I when I started and I was watching these videos, these tutorials of, hey, and this is all YouTube. This is where I started learning more on YouTube when I started to actually figure out like how to do stuff business wise with you on YouTube, which I'm still teaching myself to this day. It's been 6 freaking years, nearly nearly a decade, and I'm still teaching myself about this stuff. But yeah, I bought books, business books, and I don't mean that motivational crap too. I'm talking about real business books, the stuff that type that will bore you. And I mean, I'm not even bored by it. I'm actually I'm not I'm thoroughly speak Donovan. But I'm thoroughly entertained by it in a way where it's like, oh wow, it's cool. I didn't know that you could do this, and I'll put my little notes on it and put it, put and stick it up to not to the wall. I actually stick it into the book itself to uh, remember where this stuff is at, and I go back to it. Like tax, I literally have taxes for dummies. I have small business for dummies. I have personal finance for dummies. I mean, I can go on. I got so many financial books, and they're not feel good. They're just factual. They're factual. I like to deal with, again, life and finance because yes, it's interesting, but it's a duty too to make sure that I got myself together. I'm not saying that, again, I'm not like some guru or some big wig. I'm just like you guys. I'm middle class, and I'm teaching myself this stuff by listening to people's experiences and what's in the books and reading the books. Also using a little bit of AI to see and fact check as best as I can with with certain type of information. And I'm writing it down, physically writing it down. If you guys don't believe me, I could literally take a picture of it right now and upload it on X. uh let's see. I mean, you taught yourself thanks to YouTube. Uh, took the time and restraint to learn it. I've done the same with PCs, build mine on my own with my own knowledge and research. Took time and did it, and that's gonna be the new type of currency in a way. When we get into this age, we're in this age of AI. I'm not gonna be like a Nostradamus, like where I'm predicting the future like accurately or anything like that, but I I believe that's gonna be the new currency because people are just going to be so, I hope not, but people are going to be so affected mentally, that is their creativity is robbed and their thought process is robbed because they don't know how to think critically, or it's going to be like a lost. It's going to be like a lost essential, really. And people are talking about, oh, AI is going to do this thing, take over. It's like Skynet. I'm like, no, dude. If AI will take over by taking over your thought, your mindset, how you think. It's going to do the thinking for you. It's and we're seeing that. We're definitely seeing that, which is scary. But again, I'm not being an optimist. I'm being a realist, where it's always going to have the pros and cons. And I'm investing in the AI not because of hype, but because I'm doing it because of the infrastructure. I'm doing it for the actual ecosystem of the AI, the foundation, the engine, the accelerator, the damn, I forgot the other ones. But yeah, I'm looking at more of a infrastructure way, and I truly believe it's going to help our infrastructure, especially when it comes to cyber attacks and stuff. I mean, it wasn't that long ago when we had that cyber attack on a gas line. The gas line. Did I say one of the fucking pipes. The I can't think right now. I'm sorry, y'all. But it affected our oil in some part of the country, of the United States, and we actually caved into the demands of those hackers because no one knew how to actually subvert those hackers, and it just no, we need stuff like that. We need better infrastructure. We do, especially when everything's becoming digital or almost digital. Flaming Claw says, and that's most things I taught myself. Oh, did I read this already? And that's most things I've taught myself, including coding for certain gaming tools, getting programs working beyond the years. Doesn't take a high ranking person to learn yeah, and that's the thing. And that's why I talked about earlier. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't have a degree, but yet it's like what I remember this what my stepfather said to me years ago when I was reached or basically around the age of like starting to work, and he told me, like, look, it's like you can literally have a kid like you, or around your age, do nothing but smoking weed and learning how to do things himself than some guy who has no experience. The difference between you and that kid is that he actually has experience because he actually is teaching himself. And he's right. He's right about that. And look at these employers now. They don't give a fuck about your degree. They give a fuck about your experience. Because now they're seeing, oh God, this guy graduated from college. Oh, he actually might be a deficit to the company because he's fucking brainwashed or something. He doesn't even have actual experience. We need someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, not some person who just graduated. I mean, even I wouldn't want that. And the people I hire, people I work with, Neff, Carmen. I don't want to work with someone who just graduated from college and who doesn't have no experience with working with projects that I deal with, that I like to do or similar. No way. That's not appealing to me at all. Fox says, we use AI for a number of things already. Yes, we do. We do. Uh-oh. What happened? Hold on, y'all. I think this thing is being stupid. Okay. With AI, it can help a lot. And I don't mind infrastructure-based level of helping, but it's the use of being a fully global thing. But the hackers, no matter who it is, they can get over. Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. I'm not saying it's going to be like this all-time perfect defense, but it will be an undeniable resource of infrastructure. If our leaders to be actually will do something right with it, and not just, you know, a good example of this is gaming, like how PlayStation was hacked over and over. They always get, and that's crazy, honestly, and that's another reason why I wouldn't get PS5. There's that stuff has been going on since PS3 days. You know how long ago PS3 came out, and they're still dealing with problems like that? That's no way. Well, I learned from a different way of experience, which doesn't apply well on a resume, which is a criminal. My father always did shady stuff and taught me my skills, which applies in both good and bad. And it's good in a way where you're able to have these two different lessons. I mean, what comes to mind is Robert T. Kiyosaki. If you know about Rich Dad and Poor Dad, you understand that Robert Kiyosaki, yes, he's I don't know, he's a billionaire now. He might be a billionaire now, but I don't know. The dude does own oil and mining companies along with real estate. So he might be well up there. I mean, he is well up there, but I'm not sure if he's a billionaire. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. When it comes to like people like Robert T. Kiyosaki, they had a rich dad and a poor dad. Not saying his dad, he had two gay dads. I'm not saying that. It's more that his biological father was the poor dad. He was highly educated. His father was a highly educated man. But he was so educated that he couldn't get out of the box in a way. He couldn't get out of poverty. He was in a high-ranking position in life, government-wise, but he relied too much on the government instead of going out and taking risks, actually educated risks that would benefit him and get him out, make him money, basically, or have a cash flow or liquidity. He was basically, I'm not talking bad about the guy's father. I'm not. I'm just using this as fact. This is fact in his book. In his books, I mean, where his father basically died and had a subpar life, basically, in a way. And I'm not saying he needs to be you need to be a party goer or something like that, but it's nice to have options in life, actual opportunity, not even opportunity, but the actual options in life where you don't have to worry about paycheck to paycheck and everything. And what he learned from his rich dad, which was basically his mentor, it was his friend's father was his mentor, and he was learning from his rich mentor, was like how to handle businesses and the importance of this, basically the stuff that not a lot of people in life would grow up to know. And how life-changing that experience is. It's stuff like that, where you have that duality and you're learning from both of them. You truly do get the best of both worlds in a way. You do get the pros and cons of it, if you're smart with it. And I'm not saying like, do illegal stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, look, you've seen the outcomes of this side and you've seen the outcomes of that side. You know how it's gonna go, usually. And that's what, and that's the reason why one of the reasons why I'm learning business, teach myself learning business and not going to college for that crap. I'm actually living by the words of people who actually experience this stuff and actually are putting their money where their mouth is. And, just, hey, look, we're not going through these textbooks and your teacher, your educator, whoever, they themselves haven't done this. They're just regurgitating stuff. They haven't even lived it. Why the fuck would I want to listen to someone who haven't really truly experienced it? I want to learn from the guy who actually lived it. I would want to learn from the guy who actually didn't have nothing, gained everything, lost it all, and gained it all back. I want to learn from that guy. I don't do these motivational speakers anymore because they're trying to they're salesmen. And at the end of the day, they're salesmen. They're trying to sell you a product by making you feel good. That's cool. They want to make you feel good. That's their business. The thing is, I ain't feeling too good if I'm not putting things into action. I'm not going to be stagnant. I don't want to be stagnant. I don't want to make terrible decisions in life where it would cost me. And if I do make a bad decision, I don't want it to be to the fact where it's going to be decades before I can even get back on my feet. By then, it's already too late. I'm not saying, oh, I want to retire early by this and that. Again, I'm going to be realistic. I'm going to be down to earth and say, hey, look, I got plans. I don't got a plan. I got plans and goals, plural. And I try my best to align with people who see my vision. And the reason why they see my vision, because it correlates to their vision as well. Therefore, we should be a perfect match. Those are the people I want to work with. People who are actually skilled, who actually have different types of skills. Just like I have various types of skills when it comes to business, and creativity. I sure as hell can't draw, but I sure as hell can write. And I know how to do, different business stuff. I'm still learning as I go. Neff can write and draw. That's really good. My editor, video editor, Solia Sora. Not only is she a video editor, she can do voice acting. You see what I'm trying to say here? We have different skills. We don't have a skill. We have different skills. And when we combine as we got a team. We are a team, a jack of all trades, or I believe so. Why would I want just this person does this one thing, this person does this one thing? No. It's more efficient and more essential of us for, hey, have two or more. Have two or more skills. I'm not going to be just, and that's the thing. I'm not going to be like just, oh, I only have one skill. And then, but my two best people, they're the ones that have multiple skills, but I only have one. Get the fuck out of here with that. No way. No way. We're gonna be equal in a way. We're gonna be different, but we're gonna be equal. My skill, and if you have a tech issue or a program issue, and exactly, this is what I'm talking about right here. Flaming Claw is one of them as well. I'm not that big, and I'm not that technical with things. He is, though. He is. And if you want to build a PC together, see, stuff like that. That's what I appreciate. That's why I like aligning myself with people like this. I don't just blindly go in. And if I do, it's very rare for me to do that. I'm sophisticated, but I'm not going to be like this uptight. I'm not going to be uptight about things, because that's not going to work for anyone. It's not going to work for me. I want my team, my people, to be in good condition. I'm not going to be breathing down their necks or anything like that. No, they know what the assignment is. They've been know what the assignment was from day one when I first contacted them. Don't believe me? Talk to Neff. Ask Neff. He knew what I was about. This is stuff, it's not me, but I'm just, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like make it all about me, but what I'm trying to relay is that, look, you can't do everything by yourself. And I'm finding myself even more to the point where like I don't could say like self-publishing, because I'm not gonna say I don't like it, but it's not true to me. The reason why I say self-publishing is not true to me anymore, because I made a realization that I'm not really self-publishing, because I have people helping me. I have artists making illustrations for me. Yeah, I'm sure I'm the one who's, writing it, but it's not really self-publishing because it's not all me. I have beta readers, I have illustrators, I have an editor. That's not really self-publishing. If it was self-publishing, it would be all me. I drew that. I edited it. No way. So, but I mean, it doesn't really tick me off or anything. That's just my thought process of stuff right there when it comes to that. When it comes to the indie. Flameclaw says, I mean, I told you the crash in the video, and you sent me the article this morning. Yeah. And I'm glad I sold that NVIDIA stock. I'm glad I sold that NVIDIA stock before that news came out, because I saw it too. I saw that coming a few days, a week or two before. But that was all because I also wanted to focus on buying more ETFs as well. Well, not buying more, but buying more shares of the ETFs I already own, because I'm actually pivoting my portfolio that way to be more diversified in ETFs than just single stocks. And because that works best for me. So, and I had that NVIDIA stock since I think 2024, and that was before. They damn, I forgot what the word is, but before they brought it down, because when I bought it, it was at 1,000 or close to 1,000 or something like that. It was high. It was high up there. NVIDIA was like one of the first stocks I bought, actually. It was high up there. Then they broke it down to where, okay, look, if you already own a certain amount of stocks, a certain amount of shares, they're now equal to 100, 100 a piece. So that kind of helped me, because that actually put me up to like a share or two, actually. So that was cool. But yeah, I mean, by the time it started falling, people who were trying to get into it, it was already too late. I mean, heck, it was already too late for me in a way too, because I wasn't there from the beginning with it when before it started rising up due to AI. But now they're losing their face with knowing what their customers want. And again, that's the reason why I sold it, is because they were not being consistent with their customers. I'm fine with them trying to go the AI route, but at the same time, when it's going up to the point where OpenAI is losing a lot of money, and those RAM prices are going up, and they're still saying, "Oh, we have utmost confidence in OpenAI, even though it's not doing well and it's dropping." And along with Microsoft dropping as well, it's not a good look. And that's why and I don't know why I decided to buy Microsoft. I know why I decided to buy Microsoft. And this is before the whole Windows 11 thing started really going crazy. Because they usually have a proven track record of a nice defensive role for me, and especially for technology. I mean, obviously, it's one of the big tech giants, so that's the reason why I had a single stock. But then I was like, well, when I thought about it, I'm like, why do I even have that? VOO, which is Vanguard S&P 500, focuses on 500 the top 500 companies, which makes it less volatile ETF, by the way. And it has a lot of liquidity too, as in like you could buy in easily, you could pull, and you can sell easily. I was like, I already own a bit of Microsoft, to be honest, because it's part of the S&P 500. So why the fuck did I do that? So that, I'm learning from that. And by the time when it reaches its 1 year, because I'm not selling it at short term, I'm actually gonna sell it at long term. Therefore, easy. I don't get taxed. I don't get taxed as much compared with long term. And plus, if I sell it at a loss, which I'm pretty sure it's gonna be sold at a loss, I get further tax deductions from it. It's not a capital gains; it's more of a loss. So, what else? Flaming Claw, man, you are. The video. Oh yeah, I already read that. Steam is using Steam OS, which is a branch of Linux. NVIDIA wasn't a good option for them graphics card wise, but AMD runs perfectly fine. I've been hearing a lot of good stuff about AMD, for years ago, like early 2020s. I've been hearing some good things about them. That's when I was kind of like dipping my toes into NVIDIA and Linux. Like, this is before I started investing, but I just wanted to understand the difference. And so, but now, seeing all this stuff is very telling. Hell, the best thing is how well Linux is doing, because if I believe correctly, they have reached beyond 10% of player base of games, which sounds small, but before it was nothing but Windows. Yeah, and look at how Windows is going. This is why I don't even use Windows anymore, not even for work reasons. I wish I again. I mean, it was natural for me to get something Microsoft on because I have a lot of good memories of Xbox, and Microsoft had its little faults here and there, but now with Windows 11, how how they basically export all that work over to people who who don't understand how to do coding and all that. I guess now it's costing them a lot. And that's what happens. That's what happens when you, again, don't understand your customer, and you're trying to find something, not even just find something cheap, but you're not evaluating who can do what's their actual skills in this. I'm just, it's been very insightful for me when it comes to when it came to me, like, learning about leadership, still learning about it, by the way, and business stuff. It's been very helpful, and it's really opened my eyes, because the people who, and I don't want to talk down, but at the same time, I'm not going to hold back, but the people who don't actually expand their horizon with are trying to understand that aspect of why, like, oh, why didn't you choose me? I was perfect for this and that. Yeah, you probably were. You probably were a good pick, but they probably had someone better. And I'll be honest, I've had to do that before with someone, with an artist. Actually, they had their artwork's good. It's like good as in like starting out are mediocre. They're better than most. And I do like to invest into small artists because I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose that foundation. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose touch with that. But when I have someone who has a better understanding of how to do lighting and shadows and just overall has a better showcase and doesn't seem like they will be begging me for work and all this, I'm gonna go with that person. I'm not saying they're cheaper, they're not, but it I'm gonna give you guys a good product as best as I can, and I'm just not gonna give you guys a subpar product. It's not my intention. It's not my intention at all. Because if the moment I give you guys a subpar product and you guys can actually tell that I wasn't putting my best into it, guess what happens to me? Guess what happens to the people I work with? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Yes, it's about reputation and money. It's about that. Yes, it is. This goes back to the whole transparency and respect cores I'm talking about. Uh, this is why I don't even use oh wait, I already read that. You can switch out your OS on any computer, whether it be a laptop or a newly built PC. I can do it now on my again or a random laptop. I buy it from Walmart. Even yours, yeah, I understand that. I just don't feel like doing all that. And honestly, nothing has been broken. Knock on wood, but I I got stuff that is just like, okay, look here, it's working. It's working. I'm just the type of guy like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I rather not. Uh, wow. I really got into that whole tangent of business, huh? I could still keep going, to be honest. I'm not really tired. I don't know what's up with me. Then again, I did have some peanut butter coffee and peanut butter cookie, and I've been pretty amped. Well, I wouldn't say amped, but it's keeping me going. Let's just say that. uh I've geez. So I got these. So right now on my little desk that I have, and basically my bedroom is my office, by the way. um, on my little desk, I have I have my Monster Museum manga, and these two financial books. Now, again, I'm not getting political here because this stems back to what I've been teaching myself, and it's very interesting when you read books that are like 20 years old, 20 plus years old. I mean, and it's very telling with like the stuff that's been afflicting us from back then is still afflicting us now. It's very scary. Well, I wouldn't say scary. It's just very troubling. And I got there's remember when I was telling you guys about this Robert T. Kiyosaki guy? Well, I have 3 books by him in a way. One of them, two of them, one of them is called Midas Touch, and the other is called excuse me for a second, and the other is called Why We Want You to Be Rich. And Midas Touch and Why We Want You to Be Rich is by both him and Donald Trump. Of course, this current U.S. president. And the books are like, again, 20 plus years old. But check this out. I'm in chapter 5 of. I'm sorry. I know you guys don't really care about the whole financial crap. I understand that, but I thought this would be pretty interesting to talk about a little bit. Is that this book that I have is 20 years old, exactly 20 years old. It came out in 2006, and I got to this part of it where Robert T. Kiyosaki is talking about like what about the falling dollar and stuff, and it's very telling. Here's this one part where he's talking about like in 1971 when former President Nixon was in office, and how he took the dollar off the gold standard, which was that our dollar was backed on gold. And the reason why he took us off the gold standard was because of the U.S. making, well, first of all, the gold was leaving the U.S., but also the country was buying European and Japanese goods as well. And so what he wanted, and that was the reason why he did that. But when he took us off of it, obviously the dollar started devaluing, losing its value, and it became more of like an IOU. But listen to this. Between 1996 and 2006, in just 10 years, the US dollar has lost half of its value when compared to gold. This is very recent. I mean, not recent, but this I'm leaning with this. Uh, in 96, gold was selling for approximately $250 by an ounce. By 2006, just 10 years later, gold was selling for over $600 an ounce. Now look where gold is at 20 years later. It's like 5,000. It's probably 4,000, but I've been seeing reports that gold and silver are crashing, which good that's very good for me, I guess, and other people. But in 20 years, it went from $600 to $5,000 an ounce. But this here is very interesting. This is towards the end of the paragraph, and it says, this is what Robert says: by the year 2020, a loaf of bread may cost $12, but pension checks for those who get them will stay the same. This problem leads to the next problem, which is, and I know everyone's talking about inflation, this and that, but again, they don't talk about the lost value of the dollar. Had we not been taken off of the off the gold standard, we would be in. I would hope that we would be in a better predicament when it comes up, because our value has been losing dollar. I'm what? Ugh. Our dollar has been losing value since the 70s. We're leveraging debt really to be our thing, to be our forefront focus really, and that's really just not sustainable. I don't know why we're not back on the gold standard. I'm not going back into political stuff. I'm just talking more of the financial aspects, because this is very. I love this stuff. I love learning about this stuff, and I just like. I don't think I would like to think that nothing too catastrophic would happen. But even then, again, we're looking at our national debt. I think our national debt is like 39 million. Yeah, 39 million. I believe our national debt, the U.S. national debt, is 39 million. However, when you look at the stock market, we have way over 39 million in stock market. And if we were to, for I don't know how, I'm pretty sure that won't be legal, but for say example, if we were to use stock market money and pay that all off, there would still be a little bit over half left in the stock market. And because the stock market is at like 60 something million right now. And I believe that would get us into hyperinflation in a way. I think so. I could be totally wrong. Again, I'm not a professional, but I'm thinking about the stuff and I'm like, I'm trying to calculate it out. But I want to. I've been studying this stuff. I'm teaching myself these things, and again, I'm reading these books that are like 20 plus years old. And once I finish with Why We Want You to Grow, Why We Want You to Be Rich book, I'm gonna go to Rich Dad's Prophecy, which is again a Robert T. Kiyosaki book, not affiliated with Trump or anything. It's literally just Robert T. Kiyosaki, and it's talking, and the things that his rich dad were talking about, it is, I'm pretty sure, very spot on with what's going on now, from what I've seen in some videos. Not about the book, but what his what Robert himself has said about his rich dad. It's very enlightening, and you gotta think, this guy, the rich dad, this is like back in like 70s 80s time. So I'm pretty sure there's some things that are like, wrong, obviously, but there's a reason why these guys are rich. There's a reason why these guys are wealthy. And it's just, I want to understand that pattern. Again, not to be I'm not saying like, oh, I want to be uber rich or anything. I would love to be in, and I'm pretty sure this, you guys can relate to what I'm saying. Like, you guys would love to be in a position where, you don't have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think a lot of us can agree on that. But taking the time to actually look into these patterns, or try to at least learn about these patterns, and what what the banks are doing and stuff, you'll be in a good position if pay attention. And it's not just simply just, oh, pay attention and you gotta do this and do that, man, and get some NFTs. Remember that whole craze with the NFTs? Oh my gosh, that was so stupid. But I think that's it's just crazy how we have all this information and not a lot of people are utilizing it, because the new currency is the attention span of people, and that's going to be impacted even more with AI. I mean, I'm not trying to go down a deep path, but this stuff is just interesting to think about. And I just, the future is very unpredictable, especially with the mix of technology. Uh, I'm sorry, Flaming Claw. I wasn't trying to ignore you or anything. Here we go. Wait, trust me, I get it. I just don't trust Windows, because they'll take your stuff and ruin your computer just for fun to get. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. A lot of these companies do that. The coolest thing to see when it comes to the US dollar is the conversion rate of a regular dollar to another country's dollar equal. The US dollar changes so rapidly, and I know, yeah, yeah, yeah. The best way of doing that is look at PayPal. Go to PayPal, and if I guess if you haven't done this before, but if you're artist, or you have an artist or someone who's living in some other country, it would do the conversion for you, and you would just see how much is valued over there. I know in South America it's definitely a lot. That's why they depend so much on the US dollar. It's a lot of money to them, especially in Mexico. I'm constantly seeing the dollar amount change, especially compared to Canada or South Africa, which the amounts change rapidly. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And when it comes to money, I just want a comfortable amount. If I got rich suddenly one day, I would focus on getting it used for myself, my wife's, those who I trust, and ensure I trust the community. It's commendable. It's commendable. I would and I am putting this into practice, to be honest. How I would do it is that if I were to have, for some reason, if I were to have debt, which hopefully I don't get any debt, but if I do have debt, it would be a good form of debt, as in like there would be a purpose to it, and I'm not just talking about, oh, you need to enhance your credit score, blah blah. Fuck that. Fuck that. The reason why I say, well, I mean, look, I'll be honest. If you have the money, they're not gonna give a fuck. They're not gonna give a fuck. They want the money. They don't give a fuck. Show them the money, and they'll take it. That's why I said I say fuck that credit score. and I'm in a blessed position. Let's just say that I'm not saying, again, I am middle class, but I'm in a very blessed position, uh, where I don't have to worry too much about that. And I'm sorry, but I would definitely get rid of the debt. Then I'll put into savings, 3 to 6 months minimum, 3 to 6 months minimum. Uh, then I would invest that into the stock market, or I'll do like this. Or after that, I would put into the retirement accounts. Now, and I'm thinking of having two. I would have a Roth IRA and a 401k. Now, the 401k is not really a retirement account. It's not really made for a retirement account. And those people who would try to say like, oh, it is a retirement account. Well, if the guy at the actual creator of the 401k says that it's not made to be a retirement account, then guess what? It's not made to be a retirement account. That's literally from the mouth of the guy who made the 401k. It's not made to be a retirement account, but for some reason, the government's infinite wisdom, they made it so. Along with Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, and look how that's going. Anyway, I would put that into the retirement accounts, and then I would invest not the rest of it, but a good chunk of it into the stock markets, where I would live off of the dividends of at least two stocks, and I would make sure, or try to make sure, that it will be over at least $1,000, just at least, not even over 1,000, but just at least $1,000 in dividends I would get, and just live it off that way, if I want to do that. But knowing myself, I'll probably have it automatically be reinvested, due to the I think it's the REIT system, the reinvestment. Yeah, the reinvestment. I don't know what the rest of it stands for, but yeah, or it's a drip method. I don't know. I think it's like drip method or REIT system. They're both like similar to me, if I remember. But yeah, I would definitely, that would be the plan of action right there. And then possibly hire a lawyer who deals with the accounting and all that, just to make sure that when I pass away, that everything will be covered, uh, and my family doesn't have to rely on GoFundMe's or some other source of crowdfunding to bury me. Everything will be taken care of, and I will make sure that the inheritances or gifts they receive, the monetary gifts they receive from me, uh, it won't put them in a dire taxation, because they can get taxed for inheritance and all. So I got to be very careful about that, especially with how much things change when it comes to money and tax laws. That stuff is unbelievable, dude. But yeah, I would I would definitely do it like that. Let's get back to see. Oh, here we go. For me, seeing what makes an ATM work, especially one's used in service for actual people. I see what it put through. I see what it put through, and it's insane how much the U.S. dollar changes each day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially when you. Oh yeah, especially when you work on ATMs. Oh, dude, that was an eye opener for me. Working on ATMs. Yeah, dude, definitely handling all that different type of money too. Crazy. Uh, Personally, I told my family to just go for whatever cheap option for my death, and whatever I leave behind will be physical and not related to anything that the government could control. Yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, is about lessening the control of the government with your money. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. Because I find it very ridiculous that the U.S. government has, and I love my country. Don't get me wrong. I love the United States of America. I will always love the United States of America for what it stands for its history, even the good and bad. We are a great nation. We're not the best nation, but we are a great nation through and through. It's just that it's unfortunate that we have these people who think they know better than us, and they don't. They don't. But again, it's not me about getting political. It's about me talking about money. Again, I have a great respect for money. I have a respect for profit. I have a respect for just how this stuff works, man. Is at the end of the day, is God's currency. God decided to give man currency and to handle it responsibly. I try not to forget about that. And I know it's kind of rich coming from a guy like me. Like, oh, how can you say, God and talk about God and all that, and then you do, crazy, you write some crazy stuff, you have some crazy stuff be drawn. I understand that. Look, I understand that. I'm not preaching about, like, I'm not trying to force like Christianity or anything like that. It's just that's how I see it. This is God. This is God's world. This is God's creation. We are God's creation. We have a duty to handle His currency uh, rightfully and righteously. We do. And I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. I admit that. I'll never be perfect. I'll never be perfect. Only through Jesus Christ can I be redeemed. I can be saved. I personally like the U.S. in parts. I mainly like the South, thanks to more logical people, not with riots or outbreaks for dumb reasons, and people try to stick together down here, believe it or not. Yeah, yeah. I'm originally from the North, from Ohio. I'm originally from Ohio, born and raised, and I wouldn't say we don't have that union, but I do know there's a huge difference. There is a huge difference between the state I'm in and then the state I was in, and both have their problems. Everywhere has a problem, but yeah, it's very interesting. In other parts, you can get shot or just hated for simply saying something or wanting a conversation. But South people or people, I mean, yeah, some do have simple mindsets, but even then, those simple mindsets, man, sometimes you just gotta be careful too. But I get where you're coming from. I definitely get where you're coming from, uh, dude. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh, we are still going strong. This is cool. I didn't realize. I mean, I might just do it all nighter to be honest, y'all, and just work on this stuff. This is very cool. See, I went to California, and me and my wife got hated for stating simple stuff. I mean, that's California. There's a reason why there's a movie called Escape from L.A. and Escape from New York. New York is horrible too, and I love those movies. Those are some good movies. Fun fact: that's how Metal Gear Solid came to be. It was inspired by those two movies. And I just I don't know, y'all. That I know I'm odd, and that's what probably like what you guys like about me is that I'm a pretty much a living character in a way. I don't really try to be this like internet personality or I try to be not try try to be someone that I'm not. That's just too exhausting. It's too exhausting, and I'm not a actor. And if I was an actor, I'll probably be in being in the films and everything. But I just look, dude. I just do what I gotta do. I have goals and aspirations just like you guys. You know what I don't understand? Well, I wouldn't say this is a bad thing. Well, it depends on the person. But if I were to like somehow become like some quote unquote influencer, gosh, I hate that. I hate that word. I don't even, I just, ugh. I would never want to be an influencer. I wouldn't consider myself being an influencer. I'm not really trying to influence people to products and stuff. That's what I think of when an influencer is trying to influence people to do buy products. Darn, and no, I'm here to have customers, not consumers, customers. But if I were to somehow be like that, I just no way, dude. I would go insane. I would go insane. And that life is just it's over exaggerated, highly over exaggerated, unless you're really good at what you do. And that depends on the type of branding and the products and stuff too, dude. I just I couldn't, man. You know what I would do, to be honest though? To be realistic with you. Obviously I have my name attached to things, but I wouldn't show my face. And not because I'm scared. It's more of like I'm not really I don't want my face to be focus of things. It's just, you recognize it by the name, by my name, and like, okay, oh look, it's made by Donovan. It's made by Donovan. Okay, cool. All right, I definitely know it's gonna be good. And you know what I would do? This is the face right here. This is who the main product is. The see the cat girl. That's what the product's gonna. That's what is gonna be the face of it all. The characters. I I know some people might have qualms about that, especially in the business aspect of things. But look, I think the name is just enough, especially when you look at. I mean, even when you think about Clive Barker, for example. You think of Clive Barker, you don't think of his face. You think of Hellraiser. You think of Hellraiser or some of his games like Jericho. You don't think about his face. You just like, oh, it's by Clive, as well as by Clive Barker. Okay, cool. It's about to be a crazy, messed up story, horror story. You know, that's what I think of, man. This stuff works. I mean, it does. It's not unknown, but it's just how it is, man. Another part. Oh wait, I read this. Read that too. I take it as you just being yourself. There are YouTubers who are like you and make it big, going off something they like. Hell, know you, me and Dashi. Me, wait, what? I know you, me, and our Dashi. Oh, Dashi fans. Yeah, okay. Oof. Our Dashi fans. Oh my gosh. Should we watch a little bit of that? Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna watch a little bit of that actually. LaQuisha, you right here, LaQuisha. Have Mars bars, Skittles. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let me hold on y'all. Hold on, let me why do they make these subtitles so small? Get okay. Okay. All right. Yep.
Know what's going on, baby girl?
What the fuck is your ugly ass doing in my room?
Melina, you really gonna do me like that, Melina? All I wanted to do was give you a gift. All right, look, here you go, bitch.
Motherfucker, please. I don't want that cheap ass shit.
Look, bitch, you fucked up. This was from Victoria's Secret. You know how much money I spent on this shit? All right. I ain't gonna lie. I stole this shit, but that's beside the point.
What the fuck going on up in here? First of all, none of y'all paid y'all rent in like 6 months, all right? Second of all, Baraka, I know you ain't trying to hit Melina, all right? Look, me and you been down since Mortal Kombat 2, okay? You a cool dude, but yo, no offense, you ugly as fuck. You ain't never gonna hit that.
Shit, he ain't lying.
Yo, it's like that, Raiden? You just gonna cock block your boy?
Look, man, I'm just saying, you in like top 5 lists, ugliest motherfuckers I have ever seen in my goddamn life. No offense, we cool. Mortal Kombat 2, come on. We go way back. Yeah, you know all that shit, son. Guys, relax, okay? I'm downstairs, okay? I'm trying to play Star Fox, and I got a bootleg copy of Black Ops. Man, if you don't shut your spitting ass up, look, this motherfucker right here trying to hit Melina, man. Oh, seriously? Yo, Baraka, I've been trying to hit that for like 6 months.
Yo, look, come on, no offense, but she ain't for you, man. You need to get down with Sonya, because word on the streets, Sonya will really put it on you.
I don't know why either of y'all want to fuck with this. First of all, you know that she don't ever take off that goddamn mask. Y'all don't even know what's under that shit. See, y'all make some good points. Melina, I wear masks too, but you need to take your mask off real quick.
Man, shut your little ugly ass up. I'm getting a little excited now. I ain't gonna lie. Got pussy juice running down my thighs.
Gosh.
I hope y'all ready for all this sexiness y'all about to witness.
Oh, fuck this. Oh, hell no.
Damn, Melina, you think this fuck? Yo, I didn't even know you was that fine, but yo, there's only one little thing I would change about you. Okay, now we can fuck.
Oh, hell nah, Baraka. Please tell me that you are not out here trick-or-treating. Motherfucker, you like 43 years old. What the fuck you doing out here trick-or-treating with this last kids, man? Huh? Look, and I see you ain't got no costume on. That's good, because you don't need that shit, because you already ugly as fuck.
Man, you better shut the fuck up, Raiden. Look, I'm going inside this house right here. I heard they got the bomb candy.
Oh, hell nah. You going inside that scary-ass house? Man, you got me fucked up, man. Man, all right, let's go. God damn, this a nice ass house. Yo, I bet you they got iPads and shit, PlayStation 3s. Yo, and my eBay account back from suspension. Yo, I'm gonna be right back.
Yo, trick or treat. Yo, trick Motherfucker, drink a drink, motherfucker.
What?
Oh, Luke
Yo, what the
Kang.
fuck is your ugly ass doing here?
Oh yeah,
Look,
the
Lou, I ain't got time for this shit. I'm just here to get my Mike and Knights and maybe a couple of blow pops so I can bounce.
You want some candy, motherfucker? There's your candy, you little bitch.
Man, this that bullshit, man. These motherfuckers broke. How the fuck they still got VCRs and shit, man? Outdated ass house. I ain't gonna lie though. I saw a copy of Three Ninjas in the back. I'm gonna go back for that shit a little bit later on though.
What the fuck?
Guys,
God.
relax.
Yep.
Look, I'm outside, okay? The lady next door has Skittles, Blow Pop, Snickers, Reese's Pieces, and Mars bars.
There you are, motherfucker. Where the fuck is my money? If I don't get my money, I will fuck your mother bitch. I will fuck her so hard she gonna be like, oh, Ru, please don't stop. Shao Kahn got a small dick.
Man, what the fuck is up with this shit, man? You sound nothing like how you do on the video games. That's fucked up. You're trying to Milli Vanilli everybody, but that's not the only thing, though. Please tell me what the fuck is up with that gay ass outfit.
Look, doggone, I ain't got no beef with you. I don't give a fuck what you down like. But right now, I just want to get my candy so I can get the fuck out.
Fuck you, ugly.
Oh, Dow, you really gonna do me like that, Dow?
Oh, you want some candy? Oh, this Purple Raccoon want some candy. You want some candy, motherfucker? Huh? You want some candy? Bitch. Yo, Baraka, you are one ugly ass motherfucker.
Man, I don't know which one of you two motherfuckers is more annoying, but yo, both of y'all need to shut the fuck up. And look, Lou, you need to chill out on my boy Baraka, okay? I know he's ugly. Trust me. I know this shit since 93, but yo, you need to chill out with that shit.
That's right, bitch. My boy got my back. You know what? Fuck you, Lou.
Do you know who I am, motherfucker? Have you seen this face around before? I am Ru Kang, bicycle kicking, assing.
Man, shut your dumb ass up.
Yo, Baraka, you are one ugly ass motherfucker. Why don't you get some plastic surgery?
Hold up. Why don't I get some plastic surgery? Look, why don't you go over there and make me some General Dow chicken, motherfucker?
Fatality.
Oh,
this is a
snap.
good one.
Yo, don't forget to let me get
Jacks.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That shit, buy one, get one free this week.
Yo, you ever mix frosted flakes with Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
No,
That shit is delicious.
Man, see, that's why we don't ever got no cereal at the house. You always eating all that shit.
Oh, what's up, fellas?
Yo, what up, Jax?
Nah. Fucker, what's up? Yo, my boy, I'm saying though, why you got tampons right now? You ain't had a girl since I known you.
Nah, man, I found these in the wrong aisle. I was just getting ready to put them back in the right place. You know, trying to do the right thing.
Yo, Jax, no disrespect. My boy got a good point. How you always gonna be with Sonya, but you don't ever let her put it on you?
Excuse me, sir. Oh, I see you found the tampons. Good. But weren't you asking me where the lubricant was? You know, like the lube, like what you used to masturbate with? Well, that's on aisle number 8. So what you want to do is going to be on the left-hand side.
Hell nah, you got the wrong dude.
Look, motherfucker, I ain't got time for this shit, okay? I'm getting paid $5 an hour. I ain't got time for this, okay? I don't see another dude with metal arms and them gay-ass pants on. So I know you was the one that asked me.
Oh, wait. Chanel, before you go, can you tell me what aisle y'all got wine? You know, like alcohol? Because you know your boy like to get his drink on every now and then.
Shit, if I look like you, I'd probably be drinking every goddamn day.
Sindel, you really gonna do me like that, Sindel?
Rocker, I ain't gonna lie, man. You an ugly ass dude.
Yeah, hold up, man. Get off my boy, man. Everybody and their mama know he ugly. That's besides the point. But what's up with them pants, though, my boy? Huh? You got me thinking you swimming in strawberries.
Yo, chill out, man.
Man, this dude named Jax. What kind of name is Jax, my boy? You know your mama was tripping when she gave you that name.
Yo, man. Yo, man. It's fucked up, man. My mama dead. You talking shit about my mama?
Oh no.
You see my biceps? You know what though, my boy? You know what though? You know what though? Watch your back, my boy. Watch your back. Watch your back.
Guys, relax. Oh my God, I'm on aisle 6, okay? They got some super sweet deals on cereals, soups, sodas, pizzas, chocolates, Twizzlers, and cheese sticks. Man, if you don't shut your spitting ass, look, between this motherfucker spitting and Jack's crying and shit, someone about to have a slip and fall up in this bitch. Man, yo, where the fuck did you park the car at? Yo, man, forget the car. Why I always gotta hold all the groceries like a little bitch.
Seems like you talk shit about people's mamas, huh? You talk shit about my mama?
Yo, hold up, Raiden, where you go? Yo, hold up, Jack. I ain't say nothing about your mama. That was Raiden. I ain't say nothing about it. Raiden, how you doing? Look, no offense. How do I put it in a nice way? Yo, this party is whack as fuck.
Yo, chill out, man. It's still early, son.
Yeah, but according to the invitation, wasn't the party supposed to start at 8 o'clock? I mean, it's almost midnight.
Man, shut your ugly ass. Matter of fact, didn't you die like the last 2 episodes?
Yo, you ever heard of Wolverine? We're cousins.
Man, whatever, man. Look, don't even worry about the party, man. This shit gonna be bumping in a minute.
I'm just saying, you could have at least decorated a little bit.
Man, what you talking about? I know you see that Christmas tree right there.
Yo, that tree whack as fuck, son. That shit only got 3 lights on it. And why there ain't no hoes at this party? Oh shit, yo, you got Sonya to go through? Oh, yo, what's good, Sonya?
Ew, this party lame as fuck. There ain't nothing but some ugly ass motherfuckers in here. I got my hair did for this?
Sonya, you really gonna do it? You know what? I ain't even gonna say it, Sonya.
Man, you know what? Fuck you, Sonya.
Oh, hell to the fuck no. What did y'all just say?
Yo, we ain't say nothing.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought y'all said. Bitches.
Yo, you notice how she sounds just like Melina and Sindel? But yo, that's besides the point. Yo, why you gotta act like a little bitch, man? You can't even step up to Sonya? See, that's why they ain't gonna put you on Mortal Kombat 9.
Yeah. Oh, doggy. Tater salad. I'm going to have to stop you guys right there.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about?
I got a call from the lady next door about loud noises coming from this house, but judging on how lame this party is, it was probably a prank call.
Man, you need to shut the fuck up. This party is live as fuck.
Am I going to need to pull the gun out to host us, son?
Yo, Striker, no offense, but you're not even a real cop, man. Don't you work at the mall?
Say, Baraka, is it? Boy, you as ugly as they come, ain't you? You got a permit for that, boy?
Look, motherfucker, you gonna need to bounce, son. You over here fucking up my party.
By the looks of it, this wasn't much of a party to begin with. Let me help you out. Wow! Salad. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, oh my God, relax. Guys?
Forget about her. She wasn't good for you anyway.
She had my heart, man.
Damn, I didn't even know it was that deep.
No, I mean, she literally took my heart out of my chest. See, we didn't have sex. We just did fatalities on each other.
Oh, true.
Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but Scorpion, listen, I don't even know why you're tripping over Sonya like that. I mean, she literally fucked every character on Mortal Kombat, even the girls.
Wait, what? See, I don't understand what you're saying because I don't speak ugly.
Oh, snap.
Scorpion, sub. You guys really gonna do me like that? You're lucky Raiden not here because he got my back. Guys, oh my God, relax. I got some super sweet specials on strawberry daiquiris, spritzers, sex on the beach, spaghetti and titties, screwdrivers, and screaming orgasms.
Man, please. Like, anybody's gonna want to drink from you. That's just gonna be like half spit. Yo, check it out, man. I know you could get with that right there.
Yo, I got this. Hey, cutie, come over here for a sec. Let me talk to you.
Get the fuck over here!
What the fuck, man? Calm down.
Yo, Sub, you gonna need to chill your boy out. How we supposed to get some if your boy tripping like that?
OMG, guys, I am so sorry. You know I'm going through a lot right now, you know, with the divorce and the dogs. It's just rough.
It's all good, man. It's all good. There you go, man. She's hot. You got this.
Yo, I got this. Hey, sweetheart, come over here for a sec. Let me talk to you real quick.
Ew.
Get over here, bitch!
What the fuck, man?
Oh my God, guys, I am so sorry. I can't believe I keep doing this. It's just, you know, the whole, you know, breakup thing, not having a heart. It's just a lot to handle, and I'm just so bad at it. I know I should go talk to Dr. Phil or something, but I'm really trying, guys. I apologize. I'm sorry.
See, Scorpion, that's why Sonya left you. Trust me, I know. She told me last night after we finished having sex. Y'all already played around. Oh, yeah, yo, don't do it. You made it out.
Damn, you didn't have to do him like that. I mean, everybody hits Sonya, even Mick.
Fatality.
Yo, real talk. This little get together right here, this shit live as fuck, son. You don't even know how happy I am the new Mortal Kombat game came out, son. I'm talking about them little checks gonna start rolling in, hoes gonna start talking to me again. I could finally pay back my mama all that money I had borrowed from her. But yo, that's besides the point. I was mad broke. I was eating ramen noodles, sipping faucet water. I was broke, son.
Raiden, thank you for reminding me. Listen, maybe you can finally pay me back the $5. You know, from the time that we went to Chipotle.
Bitch.
Yep.
What the fuck?
It is.
Yo, Rain, how you gonna do my boy Ermac like that, man? What the fuck's wrong with you?
What's wrong? What the fuck you mean what's wrong? They gonna put Ermac in the new Mortal Kombat game, but not me? I should fuck all y'all ass up. Fuck asshole.
Rain, look, let's be adults about this, please. I know you're a little bitter about not being in the new Mortal Kombat game, but maybe you could be a downloadable character or something.
Man, if you don't shut your ugly ass up, over there looking like you fucking chew on rocks and shit. Somebody need to download your ugly ass some motherfucking makeup.
Rain, you really gonna do me like that, Rain?
Hold up. Rain, I need you to back off my boy right now, okay? Trust me. And when I say trust me, I mean I really need you to believe me right now. This is real talk. I know that this motherfucker is ugly as fuck, okay? I still strongly believe that he is in the top 5 ugliest motherfuckers I have ever seen in my goddamn life. Do you know what it's like having a conversation with this motherfucker? I gotta sit here and stare into his ugly ass eyes. It's like reliving a nightmare every single goddamn day, son. Okay, but what you just said, that shit is fucked up.
Hold up. I wasn't even talking to you ass with that dirty ass Karate Man outfit on. Look like you playing dirt and shit. You need to sit your bitch ass down with that big ass beach hat on.
Guys, oh my God. I'm upstairs, okay? I'm getting ready for the sleepover. So I got puzzles, Rubik's Cube, crosswords, Ouija board, and I'm trying to build bunk beds.
What the fuck? God damn. Who let this motherfucker in here? Spitting all over the goddamn place. Somebody get some duct tape for this bitch mouth.
Get him.
Somebody get this motherfucker a muzzle.
Get him.
This bitch in here looking like a fucking Captain Planet with dreads and shit.
Get him.
Why the fuck you got them volleyball knee pads on, motherfucker?
Get him.
Somebody call Showcon. Somebody got to finish this motherfucker fast.
Okay, Rain, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but you are purple and your name is Rain. Therefore, I believe that you are gay.
Oh, shit. Somebody done fucked up now. A bitch better hit the reset button. Shit. Since I couldn't be in this game right here, ain't none of y'all motherfucking ass gonna be on the next one.
I wish Ray was just
Fatality.
What the fuck?
Stay your bitch ass on the floor.
Fuck did we end up in the hood, son? You said we was going to Chick-fil-A. I know there ain't no Chick-fil-A's in the hood. That's number 1. Number 2, I know like 2 girls stay around here trying to hit me up for child support.
Raiden, you know we're still gonna go to Chick-fil-A. You know how I feel about that number 7 with a little special sauce. We just need to make a stop real quick so I can buy something.
Oh, hell nah. Please tell me that we are not out here trying to buy weed, son.
Okay, Raiden, let me explain something to you. See, what happened was Sonya said that she was going to let me put it on her. But she said if I didn't come home with the sticky, she was not going to lick it the dicky. So I had to do what I had to do. You got to understand, Raiden.
Baraka, please, at least tell me you met this dude before. Because this whole thing is sketchy as fuck.
Well, we really haven't met per se. See, I met him on Craigslist last night. Oh, wait. I think that's him right here.
Tatsumaki-san. What the fuck was that? Yo, did that motherfucker just sneeze?
Which one of you two ugly ass dudes was the one that hit me up on Craigslist last night?
My boy, I'm gonna need you to slow down right now. Look, I ain't trying to start no street fight up in this bitch.
Hey, bruh, you need to chill the fuck out rocking a damn lampshade on your head and shit.
I know you're not talking right now, son, with that old ass karate gi on. Yo, and sleeveless? Come on, my boy, I ain't gonna lie. You got the arms for it. You do got the arms for it. But yo, that shit sweeter than the bitch.
Hadouken!
Guys, come on. I don't think I could take any more damage to my face.
Hey, man, shut the fuck up. You know, I should throw a few more fireballs at your face. Maybe it'll fix your ugly ass up.
Ryu, you really going to be like that, Ryu? Guys, OMG, I was on 66th Street. The guys over there were selling stuff out of the trunk. He had VCRs, PS3s, Xbox 360s, LCD TVs, and plasmas, and iPhone 4S's.
Shit, if he keeps spitting like that, none of them electronics gonna work.
All right. Look, enough of this bullshit. Baraka, get your shit from this dumbass dude so we can get the fuck out of here, man.
Bruh, what did you just call me?
You heard me, bitch.
Do something about it then. Do something about it. Are you fucked up, son? I just pushed this button on my life alert and all my boys gonna come through and fuck y'all up.
Yo, get the fuck out of my way, son. Where you going? Wait, guys, hold on. That wasn't me. That was Raiden. Hold on. Okay, stop. Come on,
get that motherfucker. Beat his ass. Beat his ass till he look cute. Get him.
Oh, no.
Man, why we always gotta sit at the front, man? This shit is whack, man. Little ghetto-ass movie theater and shit.
Excuse me, but if I do remember correctly, I was the one that paid for your ticket, so I don't even want to hear nothing you got to tell me right now.
All right, you right. But yo, can I get some of that popcorn though?
I really hate to burst the bubble yet once again, but since you didn't pull out the stacks, there ain't no way in hell you gonna get any of my snacks.
Damn. Yo, Baraka, you cold as fuck, man. Hold up. Yo, Shao Kahn. I know. Your big ass is not sitting in the front. Now you know you blocking everybody's view, man. You need to move your big, swollen ass, Arnold sounding ass motherfucker out of the way. Yo, I ain't playing around, man. Come on now, damn. Can you believe this motherfucker? I mean, come on, man. How your big ass going? This don't make no damn sense.
LaQuisha! You ain't here, LaQuisha! Yo, LaQuisha! Where you at, LaQuisha?
Unfucking believable. Yo, my boy, ain't no LaQuisha up in this bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Damn, my bad.
Can you believe this shit? See, this is why I don't come to the movies no more, man. What the fuck was that?
Yo, shut the fuck up. Motherfuckers bringing pets and shit up in this bitch. Man, this is some bullshit. Where the fuck did you just come from? Shushing people and shit. Yo, man, didn't you hear that loud ass growl? That's the motherfucker you need to go shush.
That little fake ass security guards and shit.
LaQuisha! Quit playing, LaQuisha! You said after this date I was gonna get some!
You gotta be fucking kidding me. My boy, LaQuisha do not want nothing to do with your ass. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck!
This is by far one of the worst movie-going experiences that I had in my entire life. I'm just gonna go ahead and point that out.
Fuck, finally the movie about to start, man. What the fuck?
Oh boy. Excuse me, kind stranger. I don't mean to be rude, but can you please silence your cell phone so that the rest of us could enjoy the movie.
Yo, shut your ugly ass up.
Kind stranger! You really gonna do me like that, kind stranger? Got. O to the M to the G. I was at the snack bar. They have Sour Patch Kids, gummies, Skittles. Oh, sorry about that. And snow cones. God damn. Yo, you know how I said I wanted some of your popcorn? Well, you can have that shit. I don't want that shit no more. Fuck! All right, that's it. I had enough of this shit. Yo, whoever making that loud ass noise, get your ass over here so I can whoop that ass real quick. Oh shit. Yo, what's good, my man? Yo, that was my boy right here who just called you out. Yo, right, come out this bitch. Yo, wait. Oh, no, legend. There was a little bit of the thing about that. Yo, LaQuisha, I know you in here. I got condoms.
Oh, that's perfect. That was good. That was funny. All right. I for real think I'm gonna call it right here. I'm ready to get back to work on this stuff. That was good. Going down memory lane. Felt like I was in 2011 over again. LaQuisha, you in here, LaQuisha? Yeah. YouTube might get me on this. Might get me on that one. If not, I'll be very surprised. But I'll leave it up, and if it does, don't be surprised if if it has to be muted or something like that. I don't know. All right, good stuff. All right, y'all. I'm in it right here. Ciao.